going to go.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first annual Zoom conference. And I am so grateful to Paula and Sally and Fred, Paula and Sally for working hard on this conference and the ceremonies and just you did amazing work and everything will unfold as it should. And thank you, Fred, for all the techie stuff you're doing. Really appreciate that. And Nikki, all of the promotion that you've done. Um, and I'm looking forward to today. I'm looking forward to Ariana joining our group and helping us grow and evolve. Um, and if you know, this is sort of our pilot Zoom conference. After we've completed it, we'll have a debrief, and then we can see if if it's worth doing more frequently. Sally thought quarterly, but you know, maybe we want to try every 6 months to begin with. I don't know. So I'm glad that we are gathered here together with as a spiritual community with open arms, open minds, and open hearts. And I guess that's all I have to say for now.
Okay.
What?
I will add in that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to add that tomorrow, Sunday, for our regularly scheduled Sunday service, Ariana and Florence, if you're available, and Francis are going to be running the service for us. And it's a subject of their choice. So stay tuned, it should be great. All right, so I'm gonna suggest that we begin with a circle healing prayer like we do on our Sunday services. So I'd like everyone to please close your eyes, get comfortable. Take a deep breath and breathe in the sunshine if you have it. Breathe in the crisp air if you have it. Breathe in all the goodness that's available to us to nurture our bodies. Let that infuse your whole self, all the way to your fingers and your toes. And as you exhale, exhale it out through your feet into Mother Earth so that it can be transmuted and turned into goodness. Take another deep breath, breathing in more of that wonderful air, the sunshine, the golden energy. It gives us what we need to do the work of the Creator and to be way showers. Let it infuse your whole body. As you breathe out, send it out to the universe and to all you will meet today and in the coming week. Father God, creator of all, Mother God, creator and nurturer of all, we come to you today in gratitude for the wonderful cosmos that you've created and for allowing us to be sentient beings within that creation. We thank you for all the positive aspects of our planet. Thank you for all the animals and the plants, birds of the air, fish of the sea, all the life forms that make this planet a very busy, busy place. We thank you for all the love and goodness that abounds here. But there's still work to be done, and there's still healing that needs to happen. And we are your servants in that respect. We are doing our best to heal those we can with the gifts that you have given us. But we need your guidance, and we need your help to do more. We also have in our hearts and in our minds the names of people that we know of who need healing. And as we say their names, we ask you to take them into your loving care and heal them and restoring them to full health and vigor as per your plan and their highest good. Fred, Paula, Richard, Judy, Brother Richard, Walter, Carol, Patricia, Dora, Matthew, my husband John, Susan, Tom, Graham, Gail, Susan, Robert, George and Diana,
Yeah.
the Trump family, all my elder friends, all those affected by COVID-19, families who lost relatives and friends to the virus. All the children in the hospital suffering from life-threatening diseases. Father God, you've heard the names of those people that we know of, and we know that you know that there are more out there that need healing as well. We leave this in your capable hands with gratitude and love, and so it is.
So it is.
Yeah. The next thing on our agenda for opening ceremonies is to light the flames of faith that Charlie brought to us from, Charlie, where did you get this from? Charlie,
He's muted.
oh, Charlie, unmute yourself. Charlie, where did you get the ceremony of the flames of faith from?
Yeah, I just got myself unmuted. Thank you. I got I got it from the Center of Spiritual Living that used it for their opening ceremony.
Okay. Well, we are going to honor them and you for sharing this, and we are going to light the flames of faith. We perform this ceremony to promote the universal consciousness of life, which acknowledges that all peoples, all faiths, all sentient beings come from the one great universal presence, which we call spirit. Fundamental to this truth is the unifying nature of all religious thought and experience that we honor here today. The first candle we light for the Tao, honoring the universal path of harmony and equilibrium, the natural way. We light the second candle for the shamanic traditions, honoring the beliefs and practices of all indigenous peoples, the way of primal spirituality. We light the candle for Hinduism, honoring the path of knowledge, action, and devotion. We light the fourth candle for Judaism, honoring the ethical path of living by sacred law. We light the candle for all forms of Buddhism, honoring the Four Noble Truths and the path of compassion. The sixth candle we light for all forms of Christianity, honoring the Christ consciousness as the path of love. We light the seventh candle for all forms of Islam, honoring the path of compliance with the will of God as the highest calling. The eighth candle we light for the universalist religion of Baha'i, honoring the path of unity and peace. We light the candle for all forms of new thought, honoring the metaphysical path of mental healing. through the practice of universal spiritual principles. The last candle is lit to represent the path that brought each of you here today. The candles are white as they represent the enlightened white light of the mind of the Creator. Namaste. Yay. I will briefly go over the schedule for today in case anyone needs to know this. Our welcoming ceremony will soon be over, and we will have some music. Is Bonnie Lee going to do music now?
I don't know.
Okay, but we'll have some music to be announced. There's going to be a lunch break and an opportunity to chat with Bishop Charlie. And it's sort of a free fellowship hour. And then at 1 o'clock, Jean Vandeville is going to do past life regression. Paula and I have partaken, and Laura have partaken of a number of her classes and workshops in the past, and she is wonderful. Her past life regression workshop is really pretty amazing. We've got Laura's going to give us a brief history and explanation of singing bowls and tuning forks and how they help with healing. And then from 3:15 to about 4 or 4:15, Fred, our host for here, is going to do a sound and vibration healing session with us. You can probably see his bowls set up in the background here. At 4:15, Paula and I are going to teach you how to do a crystal grid and give you some basic information about them. And then from 5:30 to 6:30, we've got ordinations and consecrations, and then our very brief closing ceremony. And that's how the schedule works for that. And we have, what else do we have here? Okay. And that is, we doing the 4 directions? Yeah, we can do the one. We can call it the 4 directions. All right. Should we just start with that?
Yeah.
You want to start with east?
East.
All right.
East is that way?
I guess I start with east.
All right, yeah.
We're also going to call in 4 directions. So if you can mentally face east, wherever you are, we're going to do this. Okay. There we go. Spirits of the east, birds of the air, place of new beginnings, the dawn of the day, the beginning of the year. We welcome you all here today. Be with us in our deliberations. Send us your love, your inspiration, and your protection, and your fellowship. Hope.
Oh. Is that south?
So,
Okay. I'm not going to turn because they won't be able to hear me.
Okay.
Spirits of the watchtowers of the south, place of the new dawn, beginnings, new beginnings, place of the sunshine, the brightness, the place of passion. There's room for you. Join us in our celebrations of those who will become part of us, part of our ministry today, and guide us through our day with loving passion in all things. Aho.
Hope. Fred, do you want to do the rest?
sure.
Okay.
And actually, I'll just so they can see.
Yeah, you good.
Okay. In spirit of spirits of the West, of now, where that is representative of the fall time, of the completion time, of the culmination of what is to come in. Here, the works in the harvest come to its fullness, and we welcome all spirits, all creatures, all power animals to come with us, to help us in this celebration of this culmination of gathering together in this day. Let us rejoice in the bounty of what has been provided. Let our hearts be full. Let us also give thanks for all which has come about, and let us rejoice in that. Aho.
Oh,
Ancestors, spirits of the north, we welcome you to this day, to our deliberations. Come and join us. There is plenty of room for you. Lend us your wisdom, your guidance, your protection, and your love as we invest new ministers into our midst and consecrate a bishop and learn new and vital lessons and techniques and skills today. We thank you for being our guides, and we welcome you. Aho.
oh.
Okay, do you want to create a prayer?
Okay. Mother, Father, God, Creator, bless this day, bless this celebration, bless all of our friends, whether here or not. Bless those who have come to us in spirit to support this wonderful day. Bless our techie stuff. Bless those who can do that techie stuff, and help the rest of us learn to be better techie stuff. Help us celebrate our new ministers and our new bishop and our new CEO. Guide her, protect her, and bring her all of our wishes and love today. Aho.
Oh. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay. And that concludes the opening ceremony, unless anyone else has a prayer that they would like to add or a pertinent comment. Okay, I guess not. Okay. Okay.
I just want to say that Charlie, I do mute you, and I guess I'd like you to be mindful of everybody to be mindful of muting themselves because of the background noises.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's not a personal thing. It's just the background noises can be irritating and create so that we can't hear.
Yeah, I just turned my
It's in the corner.
microphone back on so I could
The Bunny
share
Panda.
my appreciation for the
Yes, sir.
beautiful,
Okay.
beautiful altar that you've set up for the beginning of our group endeavor.
Thank you, Charlie. All right, we now have in the bottom right-hand corner, I believe is Bonnie Panda.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, you're in our bottom right corner. Okay. Bonnie Lee is going to grace us with some of her music today. And I believe that we are ready to conclude the ceremony with some music from Bonnie Lee Panda. So
Thank you.
you're on, dear.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Laura. Thank you for inviting me. This has been beautiful this morning. My heart is open, and I'm just really grateful. Hopefully the techie stuff will do all right and you'll be able to hear. But I'm just grateful to be here this morning. I'm going to start with a song. It's a cover song. Leanne Womack usually sings it, and this is just one of my favorite songs, and I'd like to offer it to all of you. It's called "I Hope You Dance." I hope you never lose your sense of wonder. Get you filled deep, but always keep that hunger. May you never take one single breath for granted. God forbid love ever leave you empty-handed. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Never one door closes, I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. When you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you never fear those mountains in the distance. Never settle for the path of least resistance. Living might mean taking chances, but they're worth taking. Loving might be a mistake, but it's worth making. Don't let some hell-bent heart leave you bitter. You come close to selling out, reconsider. Is the heavens above more than just a passing glance? When you get the choice to sit it out or dance, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. I hope you still feel small when you stand beside the ocean. Never one door closes, and I hope one more opens. Promise me that you'll give faith a fighting chance. When you get the choice to sit it out or dance. Dance. I hope you dance. I hope you dance. Oh, I hope you dance. I hope you dance. Oh, I hope you dance. Oh, I hope you dance. Thank you. Is it transporting over there? Can you hear it all right? Not too loud, not the guitar right? All right. Cool beans. Well, thank you so
We're
much.
gonna clap. Woo!
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I saw the puppy. Let's see. Is that Marie's puppy? And I take that as a good sign. The puppy came over so maybe the puppy, usually if a dog runs away, that's like, so that's a good sign. So yeah, I'm gonna sing another song. This is a song I wrote. I was talking to a girlfriend of actually it was a guy friend of mine, and he I don't know if you've ever yeah, I'm sure you want what you want and then you get it and you're like, oh, why did like so sometimes I want what I want and then I get it and then it's not a good thing. And when I turn my life and my will over to the God of my understanding, life goes a lot smoother. And so I wrote this song because when I'm in charge of my life, I get myself in trouble. But when I turn over my life to the God of my understanding, life goes pretty amazing. Doesn't mean it's always easy, that's for sure. But anyway, this song is called When I'm in Charge, I'm in Trouble. Okay. Years old, my legs were swinging. I don't know what I was thinking. Ready to flip off the monkey bars. If the big kids can, then why can't I? I found out fast I couldn't fly. Hit the ground and saw Tweety Bird and stars. Now I'll be the first to let you know that oh, I'm strong. I do it on my own. But life goes smoother when I turn my cares over to the big man living upstairs. When I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. I want what I want, my hands are wide up. I think I know what's best till I make my life a mess. And I need help on the double. When I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. 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 Swooning over bad boy Billy. After school, he'd pop wheelies. His farmer's tan hit me like Cupid's arrow. Ow! I thought we would settle down. He left me to Bishoptown in the famous Wrangler. Oh, can you believe it? And I'd like to say got better from there. With Johnny, the drummer, and the long brown hair. Or Sean, what a shame. Drank too much, you never seem to know when another's enough. Cause when I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. I want what I want, my hands are wide up. Oh, I think I know what's best when I make myself a mess. I need help on the double. When I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. Trouble. God is having a laugh at me. I'm giving him a show for free. Cause when I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. I want what I want, my hands are wide up. Oh, I think I know what's best till I make my life a mess. And I need help on the double. When I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. I want what I want, my hands are wide up. Oh, I think I know what's best till I make my life a mess. And I need help on the double. When I'm in charge, oh, when I'm in charge, I'm in trouble. 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 Do 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 do. I do 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 do. I do 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 do. I do 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 do. Thank you. So I'm gonna sing one more song right now, and let's see. So I lived in Nashville, Tennessee for 8 years. My husband told me to go down for the summer. I think he was hoping I'd get it out of my system, you know. And I got there and like within a week, I begged him to come move down there with me, and he did because he's amazing. And so we spent 8 years there, and it was beautiful. It was wonderful. We had 2 children there, and we recently, about 2 years ago, came back to be closer to family. But this one time I was at this event. It was a songwriting competition, and I, it was just, so what happened was people go up and they sing a song, and then the audience votes for them, and they give them either a 1 up to a 5. And a 5 is like, oh my gosh, this is just so awesome, and I could listen to them all night. And a 1 is, does anybody have any earplugs? So I was chatting with my neighbor, and she was super nice, and then I went and performed. And then when I came back, I happened to notice that she gave me a 3. And the 3 was like, it's all right if I have, some beer and or something like that. I don't know. And I was like, oh man, wah. And a little bit later, this guy came up to me and he said, when you sing, I can hear God through singing through you. And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing. And so my drive home, I was thinking, I have a choice of what I look at. I can look at the number 3, or I can look at that someone could hear God singing through me. And for a little bit, I picked the number 3. And then I wrote this song. And this song is called Through Your Eyes. And it was kind of my prayer of wanting to see myself through God's eyes. Through my eyes, I see a girl not good enough. She's a jagged old rock, unrefined and rough. Never adds up, no matter what she tries. That's what I see when I look at me through my eyes. But through your eyes, God, I'm beautiful. Through your eyes, I shine like the sunrise. Bring light to the dark. You polish my heart to a delicate diamond. I wanna see me through your eyes. Through their eyes, I'm compared to magazines. They don't care to see what's inside of me. But I smile behind my outward disguise. Like a butterfly born, I am transformed through your eyes. 'Cause through your eyes, God, I'm beautiful. Through your eyes, I shine like a sunrise. Bring light to the dark. You polish my heart to a delicate diamond. I wanna see me through the eyes of the world. We can't forget your love and all you make glorious inside each one of us. Through your eyes, God, we're beautiful. Through your eyes, we shine like a sunrise. We light to the dark and polish our hearts to delicate diamonds. I wanna see me. Oh, I wanna see me through your eyes.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. So I think I was planning 3 songs. Is that
Yeah,
Thank you. That was great. Really, really
Buddy,
good.
your songs are beautiful, so meaningful. Wow.
thank you.
I look forward to hearing more of them later this afternoon.
Thank you.
As I understand, you're going to sing one or two for Ariana and Florence's ordination ceremony.
Yes,
So
I'm looking forward to it. Around 3 o'clock.
Actually, no, it's around. Hold on, it's around around 5:30. Around
By
5:30?
5:30, I'm there. Okay.
Yeah,
That sounds
so,
good.
3 o'clock is red.
Just
Yeah.
be sure it's 3 o'clock Pacific
You-
time
Yeah,
oh, hold
or
on, hold on, hold on.
2:30
Oh,
Pacific time.
yeah, that's right. We're not all in the same
We're on
place.
Eastern.
The schedule, yeah, the schedule says ordinations are at 6, so that would be 3 Pacific. But if we're starting early, we need to know so everybody can be prepared.
5:30, 4:30, 3:30, 5:30 to 4:30, 3:30, 2:30?
I don't know.
Oh, well, actually, what time's the ordination up Eastern time?
The ordination is at 5:30 Eastern time.
Okay, so then that'd be at 2:30.
2:30.
Okay.
2:30 Pacific.
2:30 in LA. Or
Okay.
2:30. Where are you, Bonnie?
I am in Connecticut, so that would be 5:30.
5:30.
5:30.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, is that Bonnie over there? Oh, they have everybody's name, but it doesn't all,
Yeah.
you can't. Oop, yeah.
Well, again, thank you very, very much for gracing us with your wonderful music this morning. It's been lovely. Oh. So now that concludes the opening ceremony. And we now have about an hour that we can have a fellowship time and chat with Charlie, and
Have
who
lunch.
seems to have moved away from his
Chair.
We have to chat with his spirit.
Charlie's out to lunch. We've got about an hour to if you want to eat your lunch or you haven't eaten your breakfast, now's the time to do it. Okay, and you can chat with Charlie if he's in the mood. And so
Or
we
if
got-
anybody's had a direct revelation of God in the last week, they could share that with us.
That's why we're talking to Charlie.
Here we go.
I did write a blog I can share with you, and I haven't proofed it, so I'm doing a weekly blog. I don't know if any of you have been reading it or getting them. Has anyone else seen my blog besides Nikki?
Where do we sign up, Charlie, to get it?
Well, Nikki puts it out on social media, and I don't know where it goes.
It's also landing in the madonnaministry.net website. There's a blog section.
Well, anyway, I kind of enjoy doing it. And my wife usually helps me edit it. So she hasn't done it to this blog. But the first blog was entitled Octogenarian Wisdom. And my granddaughter said, "What the hell is that?" She didn't. Anyway, so I explained it to her. Anyway, this one is Octogenarian Wisdom, Tools for Surfing Rapidly Through Changing Times. And if anywhere along the line, stop me if you don't understand what I'm saying, if it's not coherent. Okay, at 85 plus years, my grandkids think I am wise, while some of my own kids lecture me with the values I had instilled in them when they were young. They presume to know better than I. Sometimes they do. What I pointed out in my last blog is that all the intelligence and godliness is in each one of us. What we understand God to be can make a marked difference in the stability in our own lives. If we think God is outside of ourselves or a vengeful God, that can be troublesome. If we believe or understand God or source is unchangeable and all pervasive and does not get lost in its own creation, This information can be valuable in ways we conduct our lives. When we feel lost, overly upset, take life challenges too seriously, are troubled or scared, there are tools we can use to restore harmony. We can count to 10 before we react negatively to a person or event. How does that help me if I'm out of work, homeless, can't pay my bills, have a terminal illness, or a drug addiction, or something close to me, someone close to me dies? We can all agree these are serious issues. They cause pain and suffering. So what can we do? Many people recognize that meditation, yoga, prayer, performing simple acts of kindness, walking in nature, surfing, talking to a non-judgmental friend about our concerns can aid us in restoring our connections to life itself. By using these tools, we become less absorbed in our troubles, much less fearful. Any tools we discover, like those mentioned above, or by listening to or creating harmonious music that centers us in our God-likeness, will take us out of troubled minds. Like a surfer catching a wave, we can move through our troubles. We use the tools to restore harmony. We connect with the indwelling spirit. Like Fred, who a close friend of mine, who did all he knew to defeat the cancer consuming his physical body. Fred surrenders his fears and lives out his remaining time centered in peace, a peace no longer hidden in the shadows of fear. I think my next blog will do with affirmative prayer. Are there any questions on this blog? Okay.
I just want to share that sometimes I think of God as my playmate, which is fun. I'm in the sandbox. We're playing.
Did you ever pee in your sandbox?
I do everything in my sandbox, Charlie. I do the same things in my sandbox that you do in yours.
Yeah, sometimes the cats use it, sandbox.
Hey, whatever, you know, whatever the sandbox is, still learning.
It's life.
So Charlie, for some reason you sound better today and I haven't gotten that mic to you. It's en route, but Amazon Prime Day slowed down delivery. So it's coming today.
Oh, thank you.
But you are sounding better.
Well, maybe you can send me a new me.
There you go. A rejuvenation.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm talking closer and using more volume.
Okay, that's making it a difference.
All right. Good to know.
Do any of our new initiates have any questions for Charlie? He's our elder and probably the longest member, aside from who? Danny next, probably?
Yeah, perhaps. Goes way back.
I'm just looking forward to being a part of you guys' community and learning as much as I can during all of this. It's
Awesome.
exciting.
Yeah, welcome.
One thing I always think about is there's been so many different, amazing, talented, intelligent, spiritual people who have been in the ministry and passed through, but they're still apart. and that we attract that level of people is a good reflection, and it's fun.
Now, there's a book that a friend, our local community has a men's book club, and they referred a book to me they read, and I read it, and I would put it in the top 10 books of everything I've ever read. And the name of it, maybe one of you or two of you have read it. It's called Barking to the Choir. Nobody's read it?
No, but it's a cute title.
Yeah, it is a cute title. It's catchy. And I tell you, it's a great tool for teaching. I'd like to do maybe at least a one day or a session on it, maybe a Sunday session or a book club session. But it's about an organization established in Los Angeles to help gang members, boys and girls, go through rehab, but not in the conventional way that you would think. They end up creating businesses like a cafe, a bakery. The kids learn a trade, but they learn so much more about what it is to find that goodness within themselves. It is simply amazing how many lives it's transformed. And it was established, I guess this author or the person that established it has talked all over the world, and people have been very impressed because they have many branches now, and it works great for kids to rehab. But fundamentally, it recognizes that spark of God within all of us. And if we're too concerned with the rap sheet or the whatever else we're looking at, tattoos, or we label a person as dysfunctional or useless or bad, whatever, those get in the way of rehabilitation. And so the Jesuit priest that established this has done an incredible job, and and he uses what he calls homies. Homies are that's how they refer to each other, as homies. He takes some of them on his lectures with them to different states or countries, and they end up speaking, and often brings tears to the audience and our laughter, because they're just people that have had a tremendously bad start with with drugs, or being abandoned or tortured, or left to die, or abused sexually, mentally, emotionally, scarred. These are the ones that end up getting in prison or joining gangs. But anyway, the book is called Barking to the Choir. Instead of barking up a tree or preaching to the choir, it's kind of a blend of the two.
Charlie, I have a question.
All right.
Me, I do. So when Michael Arnold first started this ministry, how did he grow it? How did you grow it? I mean, it's my understanding that at one time you had many people, and I'm just curious, about how this ministry was grown, and Yeah.
Well, yeah, thank you for the question, Francis. Arnold was, had established a number of churches, and he was well appreciated for being a counselor and an educator. And so people, he mentored a lot of people. And in his retirement years, he was living in Ojai, and then he was also recognized by other organizations, and he became an honorary priest and a bishop in a liberal Catholic church community that was very spiritual. And so in it, he started a church at the end of his life called the Church of the Talking Pines, because he had a mystical experience with a pine tree. But people that were so moved by his teachings and who he was would come to him, and he ordained about 50 people over a period of, 2 or 3 years, who were people that had absorbed what he was teaching, who he felt were connected to spirit. And then I was probably one of the 50th, and I drove to his house in Ojai with 2 practitioners, healing practitioners from my church. And he ordained all 3 of us from his bedside, because he was an invalid in his 80s. So then what transpired when he passed on a few years later, the church board turned the ministry over to me, and I changed the name to the Madonna Ministry. My wife was trying to convince me that doesn't work, don't do that, that sounds too Catholic. I did it anyway. Now, how did it grow from 50 people to probably one time, I don't know, like 400 or 500 people? One of the things that I would do is in my travels, my wife, an international speaker, I would travel with her. When I'd be in England, I would connect with other spiritual groups, like a Unity Center in Bournemouth. And then we'd get to know each other. And then I would offer them ordination, and they would often take it. And that's kind of planted the seed. Wherever I went, it was like Johnny Appleseed. I would meet with spiritual groups and let them know that our ordination process is really a sacrament of empowerment. Whether people stay or not within our community, it helps them move on or helps them bring into fruition something that they hadn't previously done. And so I would meet people while flying on airplanes or riding on buses or boats or whatever. I'd talk about my life. I'd talk and I'd share it. And people that were interested, I would offer them. One time at a conference where I met Franz, was at a healing conference in Monterey, California. And there were a number of healing practitioners at this conference. So it was unscheduled, but I put it out there. I said, I talked to the president and I said, I know that a lot of healers are looking for a license they don't have. You can't put your hands on people legally without getting in trouble. So a license helps. So being ordained helps. ministers can lay hands on people. And so out of that, probably 30 people were ordained at one time. And an evening celebration long after, because they didn't, it was like 10 o'clock in the evening because everything else was through and people showed up. Now it's when I reach out to help people, it helps me as much as it helps anyone else. I assure you of that. So that evening when I walked into the room for potential candidates for becoming ordained, we didn't put people through a school where you had to learn it. They already knew that that Spirit of God was in them and were supporting that. So when I walked in the room, I was wearing some priestly Catholic looking garments. And before that, I was really frustrated. I had a format to follow. I had something that Arnold Michael had set up as a process of ordination. It was good. It was a manual or a way of doing it. And I lost that friggin' manual. And then we used communion wafers. I lost the communion wafer. So I was going into a panic mode before I walked into that room. But amazingly, I got out of my panic mode. And, somebody said, just get some bread from the kitchen. So I got some bread from the kitchen. And then Johnny's Denver, his plane went down in Monterey Bay while we were there. So his spirit was very much with us. And one of the people went home and got one of his songs, My Heart to Yours, Your Heart to Mine. Well, when I walked in that room with my priestly vestments on, the first thing I did, I stood in silence, and what I knew to do was to take them off. It's not about how you look, it's about what's in your heart. And so when I shared what was in my heart with the people, they were open to being ordained. And in the ordination process, we did a Sufi dance. And it was my heart to yours, your heart to mine, Johnny Denver. And it was very touching, literally touching, because as we danced around a circle, the inner circle and the outer circle, we would end up looking people in the eyes and touching each other's hearts. It was a magical moment. So then I had them each essentially ordain themselves, and I just blessed them. And as soon as the last ordination was done, somebody sneezed and somebody said, God bless you. And I said, well, that's your first ministerial act. Thank you very much. So that's how it grew. It grows from the work we do and our willingness to share it, not in a way that we're proselytizing or, which is a mental act of trying to bring people together. And it was more of an act. It wasn't an act. It was just a genuine sharing and caring with people from the heart, and said, well, hey, you want to be part of this community.
If I may, I'll add some additional dynamics from the way I saw it. At that conference, you also met Melan, right, Charlie?
I met her before the conference.
Yeah, you actually ordained her before the conference, right?
Yeah, Melan had been already ordained in another, by one of Arnold Michael's other ministers into the Madonna ministry or into the Church of the Talking Pines.
Okay, so when Charlie and Melan hooked up, they're both spiritual giants in my mind, spiritual giants. They're both connected through a whole life of working with spirit and trying to go deeper and then getting the impetus to share it. And the whole idea that came forward, well, the idea that attracted me most to the Madonna ministry is that it was a church without walls. And I think it's a super dynamic idea that wants to be shared, and it goes beyond this aspect of the ministry or Melan's aspect of the ministry. It's that there's so many dynamic people out there who, according to Charlie, and it's one of the great ideas that Charlie said over and over and over again, that all the people who come to the ministry already bring their own ministry. They already have had an impetus and a relationship with spirit. And so this is a form and a format to share that and to share the diversity. And that's the great power of the ministry. And that idea, in my mind, that idea still wants to go forward no matter what and in what form. It's the idea of the mother and the Madonna and universal love. And that everybody already has their own ministry. I came to the ministry a little bit different way. I met Arnold Michael about the same time that Charlie did. I think just a little bit after, because I lived in Ojai also. And I was doing work for Gina Sermonara, who wrote the book Many Mansions and a bunch of other books. And she asked if I would do some repairs, home repairs for some friends of hers. And because she lived very close to Arnold and Kay Michael. And so I went over, and that's how I met. And Arnold Michael gave me a signed copy of Blessed Among Women. His wife Kay is also a great spirit. She still is. She's out of the body, but she was a very dynamic spirit, and she was partners with Arnold. And anyways, living in Ojai, I met a woman in LA and moved up to Ojai, and we eventually got married. When we got married, I asked her to find the minister. I said, I don't know as many people in Ojai as you do. Find a minister. She found this minister. I forget what her name was. She's a beautiful lady. And she was also a soap opera star in minor roles in a few different soap operas. And she was a minister in the Church of the Talking Pines. So without understanding that things are connected, I got married by a minister of the Church of the Talking Pines, which was what Charlie renamed the Madonna Ministry. But the dynamics, and I don't want it ignored, at least in my mind, the dynamics between Charlie and Melan were mystical and magical, and still are. But the ministry is divided. That's the nature of planet Earth. People divide. The Catholic Church divides. Followers of Jesus divide. Followers of in Islam divided. But the idea of the Madonna ministry is unification. It's that the Spirit of God is bright and active and full of love and full of dynamics in every single person. And anybody who wants to share that and help bring about the upliftment to the next level of spirit that's trying to happen on this planet at this time is welcomed and ordained, so that they have the certificate, like Charlie said, of being a minister according to the state and the government of the United States. They're a minister and can do weddings and everything. But the real thing is that everybody is just not certified, but supported, that you have your own ministry, share your love. Here's here's a format that you can do it within, and everybody is welcome, and we can, I still believe that at some time more leaders will come through where we'll welcome in thousands of people worldwide. Perhaps. It's happening in a lot of different ministries. It's happening in a lot of different ways, but the whole thing is to be released to fully celebrate the glory of God that's in all of us.
Thank you, Danny. That beautiful commentary. And, you know, I think the minister that you're talking about, her name was Sally, and she was on the board of the Church of the Talking Pines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful lady.
Beautiful inside and out. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Now, when you come together in a community like Creative Health Network that sponsored this weekend of healing, it was a marvelous opportunity because it brought up opportunities for healing, like my struggling to find the manual and getting into fear. There were other moments of that were creeping up and need to be healing. But Shirley, who many of you know has a great heart and has helped thousands of people through her coaching. She was at that conference in Monterey, and she couldn't stay for the whole time. And so she said, you know, I know you're going to do ordinations tonight, but I have to leave. Can we do something else? And I said, well, what did you have in mind? Well, okay, we got some time off for lunch. Could I be ordained during lunch? And I said, perfect, we'll go out on the beach. And May Lon came with me, and she hadn't ordained anyone. And so I said, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. At the same time, we're going to consecrate May Lon so she can have the laying on hands of power of ordination. And then we will also simultaneously ordain Shirley. So here we were, a trio. I was consecrating May Lon, who was standing up, and Shirley was kneeling down on the beach, and she had her hands on Shirley, and then she ordained Shirley. Things like that, they're all magical moments, you know, they're spontaneous. And I hope we never lose the spontaneity within our organization. Yeah, sure, we need protocol and we need some form, we need structure, and we have it thanks to everyone that helped develop it. In regards to that, Danny, who hung out in the Madonna Ministries for so many years, he was always there to help behind the scenes. He was putting up chairs, he was straightening the room. He wouldn't have much to say, but he was always there to support until eventually he grew out of that to now he's willing to verbalize so well what's already within him, and has it's that kind of transformation that I think is possible for all of us.
Another member story. Sorry.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to mention that in Sedona, when I first became aware of you guys, we were hosting you for your conferences for 2 years in a row. And so there was this massive pack of people who were dressed up in various garb. It was a mix and match kind of thing. And we attracted not only shamanic people from the Native American clans, but also the Tantra people that were coming through some of our workshops and things. And so we had, I don't know, I think from our own clan, 14 ordinations in 1 year. And then I think there were more from their community as well. And so that was a really beautiful display of how diverse the work is, and how anybody is pretty much welcome and encouraged to be unique and an individual in your own way. And so that's what I really love about it, and why I've stuck around, is that I don't have anybody telling me I should do something in a certain way. And, you know, they welcome me with open arms, even when I make a mistake. You know, it's like, okay, that didn't feel so good, but here I am showing up again. And, you know, it's all okay. We're family. It's kind of like that, you know, when you've got that bond. We talked about this in last week's sermon or service. And it basically was about, you sometimes have a stronger bond with your spiritual family and your ministerial work than you do with your blood relatives, because that has a whole different dynamic. And so I'm grateful for this community, because I don't have to worry about the blood bond. I've got something much stronger and much more vast. And that's why we're anxious to grow this in the next years. We've got some plans in the works. I don't know, Francis, if you want to say anything more to this, but we're basically planning committees to grow not only the donations and grant writing so that we can fund more projects, but also, you know, membership drive to get more people with their own communities that are larger than just individuals, to see if we can, you know, tap into bigger and better.
Yeah, I was going to say, and so it's evolved from one man's spiritual awakening who was willing to share his path with others, and now it is. I mean, it's changed from the Church of the Talking Pines to the Madonna to the Madonna Ministries, and now to the Madonna Interfaith Community. And I wish there was a way we could stress that interfaith, because it, you know, there's more than one way up the mountain, and we all recognize spirit in different ways. And the thing my wish for everybody is to get in touch with their own spiritual divine, through, and the Madonna Ministries is, the Madonna Interfaith Community is perfect, in that our culture is so dichotomous, so Western based, so conquer and divide, which are the attributes we unfortunately put on men. I mean, are those strictly masculine, and are those strictly masculine attributes? But and that's not the point, really. I mean, the point is that we are here as unconditionally loving people, which is most demonstrated through the divine feminine. And however, it takes balance of the masculine and feminine within us. Matter of fact, I had a dream the other night about, it was all me, but it was my dad's aunt, my dad's sister-in-law, a small child, and myself as I am now. And what I realized, it's the feminine forces in my life that have brought me to where I am now. And this dream was all about, what I could have been, what I think I would do if I had life to do over differently, but at the same time, so my dad's aunt in this dream, she was very simple in her life, very simple. She was a few fries short of a Happy Meal, but she was very in tune to nature. There was a feral cat in her yard that just took to her. She was the only person that this cat would approach. But in my dream, she was a neuroscientist. And she was a neuroscientist with my uncle, who was not in my dream. But to me then, as I think about that dream, it's like, yeah, that's probably what I would have been had I lived even more in my logical brain. And believe me, I lived in my logical brain, which is considered the masculine side of things, correct? But when my partner died, transitioned, that is when I made a drastic move into the right side of my brain, and found my spirituality, had a spiritual awakening, started hearing spirit speak to me. whether that's through, and it's funny because it was a pine tree that first talked to me. It was a pine tree that said, go paint, you know? So it's funny that, I don't know, Michael and myself sort of had a similar awakening where the pine tree spoke to us. But this is a safe space for people of any faith, any belief system, and that's part of what I want to stress too is that we need to be mindful of each other's beliefs. And I mean, life is what life is. We will eventually offend each other, right? But we acknowledge our part in things, and we no, you disagree, Cynthia? But anyway, so now that this is an interfaith community, we need to understand that everybody's climbing up the same mountain from different angles, and it's a beautiful thing. And we can all learn from each other. And I often think, I'll listen to a pine tree first, or here in Arizona, it's an ocotillo bush. But if I hear something 3 times from 3 disparate people at different times, that is also spirit speaking to me. And it is, it's when we pause and look inward that we find the divine spark within ourselves. And I just got one more story. And that is, many of you who have talked to me in the last month know that I started a new job taking care of a woman that is challenging. Marie actually helped me deal with this a little bit better. I had to take Monday off because my emotion, she triggers me so badly that I just had to take the day. But what I did that day was I looked internally, I looked for that divine spark within me, and I sent it out to her and her daughter and that household, and sent the light there. And Marie suggested that I put a black stone outside the house so that when I leave, I can put the toxic energy into that. Well, great idea. I just didn't want to lose it. But there's a tree that I park under every morning, and I greet that tree and I ask her for protection. I ask her to, keep us protected with love and light and nurturing. And when I leave at the end of the day, I give gratitude to that tree and have her transmute any of that negative energy that I might have carried away.
Cool.
You bring up an interesting subject. I love your sharing. Thank you, Francis. When you pour the negative energy into a black stone, it reminded me of Jesus casting the demons into the swine. Remember that in the Bible, where Jesus cast the demons out of this person into the pigs, and they ended up going crazy and going off a cliff. Do you know that passage in the Bible? No. Well, it's an interesting passage. It's maybe difficult to understand. But I think your bringing it up helps me understand it right now. That there's nothing that happens by accident, and the pigs would have to be willing to accept that negativity. And they willingly accept it out of something genuine within themselves. That's be my take on it now. That it isn't that Jesus is trying to do something harmful to the pigs. He just recognized that negative energy was possessing this person, and it needed to be dispelled. And the example they gave biblically was it was put into pigs that were nearby, and they ended up committing, looked like suicide, jumping off a cliff. one time, somebody gave me African trading bead. And this African trading bead was something new to me. It's beautiful. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but if you can cut an African trading bead in half, you'll see that the color runs through the whole bead. Nobody understands how that, how it can be so attractive and how it does that. But anyway, so I gave this bead, a friend of mine, his wife was I think you call them psychometrist. And this psychometrist was a person that could touch an object and could sense the information that would come from it. I hadn't met any psychometrists before, but I gave him the bead, he took it to his wife, and she took it into meditation. And she got to a point, she was so frightened, she couldn't do it any further. And that's what she shared with me. So I decided at some point to take it into meditation. And sure enough, it took me to an ancient village where there was atrocities taking place there. And it took me down into a dingy, like, basement of maybe a church. And so this bead had picked up the atrocities, the negative energies. So, and then I saw myself sitting at a table, like an outside restaurant table at that same village with this bead. And out of that bead came this horrendous negative energy, somebody might call Zelzabub or the devil or something else. So what's a person to do? I just don't remember exactly what I did, but it was more like I wasn't scared by it. And I think what I did is just, I don't know if I told it to leave or if I just loved it the way it was. Anyway, it had no negative impact on me. So the point is, for me, what I learned by this stuff is that, yes, a negative or harsh or irreverent energy or emotions can be stored not only in the human psyche, but they can be stored in, you can say, stones or crystals or nature. I don't understand it all, but I know that the important thing is that if we find it within ourselves, we need to find a way or a tool that will dissolve it. So we can be restored to that, what Francis was talking about, that balance between the male and female, or that energy that is only one. And we call that all-inclusive. It loves everything the way it is and the way it's not.
In the pranic healing world, we use a bowl of water with salt in it. So when you're sweeping the dirty energy out, you just dispose of it in the salt water. And in the absence of having salt water, what they do is they say you create this imaginary flame, dump it into the flame, but then before you end the healing, you have to pat it out. You want to make sure that those energies are exhausted. But I like the analogy of just, just brushing it away. You can just do a sweep of your aura to help clean it. Very simple.
One time, Nick, that reminded me, I was with a minister who felt what she needed to do was to write down her negative thoughts or her hurtful thoughts on a piece of paper and then throw it into the fire and watch it burn. All the symbolism or whatever we do in the way of ritual that helps restore us to our original nature that's in all of us is fine, whatever it takes.
I go to a lot of shamanic ceremonies, and what we do is we have the fire and everybody walks around and finds a stick. And then you hold the stick in front of you and you close your eyes and you blow your intention into it, whatever it is that no longer serves you, that you want to get rid of, that you don't like, a situation, anything. And then you walk up to the fire and you throw it into the fire, and the fire takes it up to the ethers.
Yeah, it's like Jesus using mud to restore vision in a blind person's eye. So they're all outward tools, but what's important, what's is inside. If we're doing healing work, we need to bring our presence, the real presence of us, into the situation. If we're stuck in our own stuff, like in my example that I gave about not finding the communion wafers or not having the manual with me, and I got into my fear mode, that was troublesome.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you know, fear and negativity are all results of the mind, and that's why it's so important that we connect with our hearts and the divine within and be the light. I mean, that's the healing aspect. Anyway, is to be the light, and that's a message I continue to get. And it's when I overwork my mind and do too much thinking, you know, that's when things don't go well. I mean, as Bonnie was singing about earlier, you know, it's connecting with the heart, connecting with spirit, and being the love and light that people need. And I believe that's part of what a big part of what anybody's, well, my ministry is anyway. I won't speak for others, but my ministry is to be the light.
I think that there's darkness all over the place, certainly in these times. Darkness and division. And it's amazing, though, how one little match can light an entire room. And I think that it's really important to focus on the light, knowing that there's darkness. I mean, we don't want to be all light, you know, rainbows and woo-woo and whatever. That's not helpful either. It's important, though, to be a light in the darkness, knowing about the darkness and understanding that that the darkness is important, because when you don't have darkness and everything is light, there's no contrast. You have no appreciation of the light. It takes darkness to appreciate that light. So that's my 2 cents, I guess.
Yeah, Francis,
I have one little thing.
All right.
Sorry. I was just going to say that one thing that I've heard over and over again is darkness is the shadow that leads you to the light. So it's, you know, it's a balance of both light and dark, and it's something to always think. But I like that saying of darkness is a shadow that leads you to light. That's all I wanted to throw in there.
Yeah, another way to look at it is when Francis was talking about our use of our minds. Certainly our minds, our intellects, they create duality. we live in a humanistic world. There's duality. There's light and dark. There's cold and warm. There's all kinds of people for, people against. It creates a duality. But it takes the heart to realize that as much as our intelligence or the divisions we create with our mind are important for living. So we don't dismiss our minds, but we meld them with our heart so that the divisions don't become so important, so serious. And that's one of the reasons why we're saying, well, we're open to all faiths, but all faiths that are centered in the heart, in the loving aspects of the divine. And of course, where does intelligence come from? It comes from the divine. So we don't dismiss the dark, we don't dismiss intelligence, but I think what I tried to do when I was learning about this was to find a way to meld the mind and the hearts together so that it's inclusive, not exclusive.
Flo, do you have anything to ask? You're new to us. How's Jenny been coaching you along the way? If you hover over the bottom left of your screen, you can unmute. Not yet. Francis, could you unmute her?
I tried.
It didn't let you.
No. So Flo, in the lower left-hand part of your screen, you should see a microphone and it has a red line through it. So if you take your mouse and hover over the lower left.
Oh, you almost had it. Click it again. No, it's still muted.
Marie just went to help her.
There you go.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Do you have anything to ask about the ministry, since we have our elder here, and anybody else that you might have
No,
either questions or comments about?
I'm just really listening to all of this good stuff, and I'm really very secure that I definitely have hit the right place and that I'm in the right situation with the right organization. So that's really a very important thing for me, with the inclusiveness with all people, and the heart and the mind being connected and also another thing is the mind needs to understand real reality, because when you function with real reality, then you understand what really is happening and who the person is and what their needs are. There's a lot of people that think that they understand what a person's need is, but have something that's built up that they have preconceived, and they don't that situation. So I'm just really thrilled that I'm with you people, and I hope to be able to grow and also help other people to grow and really at this point. And
Wonderful.
I think this will meet the bill.
Very good. Well, we hope you enjoy the healing circles this afternoon too. That's always special when we get to engage and interact.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sure I'm going to learn an awful lot and grow.
we all do.
That's so important. Yeah. Thank you so
Sweet.
much.
Welcome. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've tried to send a chat saying I need to take a lunch break with my wife. I don't see how I can do it. I hit chat and I put a message there and it goes nowhere.
If you go to the bottom of the chat box, there should be a little blue box where you typed in, and it might say everyone, or it might say just one person.
Yeah, it says everyone.
Okay.
Then
And
I
you type,
taking food break. How do I send it?
you hit enter.
Hit enter.
Uh-huh. Make sure the cursor is in the box.
Cursor in the box. Hit enter.
There you go.
Wow.
Charlie, say hi to Bobby for me. And,
Yes,
and
send
from
her our love.
everybody.
I will do. And thank you for your enlightening information how to use chat. We do use our minds, right? We do have.
We use our fingertips too.
Have to ask each other for help.
Sure.
That's right.
See you
All
later.
right. See you shortly. All right. So Sally and Paula do not seem to be, or are they? You're hearing us? Okay, we're about 10 minutes early for the past life regression class. And I don't know who's got them queued up, but we've got 10 minutes if you guys want to take a break or have any other conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break for 10
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to take
See
a
you
break.
guys.
Okay.
All right.
See you back at the top of the hour.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Looks like
There
they're
you go.
happy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nikki,
Yes.
you wanted to know if what was queued up. We are in the process of getting ready for Jean's workshop for us.
Okay.
She's going
Okay.
over her notes right now. Fred's working
Perfect.
on sound levels for the background music and so forth.
Awesome.
So we will be ready to go at about 1 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you. You guys are
So,
awesome.
The chat was wonderful. We did listen. We were all muted, but we did listen to
Yeah.
it, and
Good.
some really, really good thoughts came out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm impressed, and I'm so glad that Francis, that you are recording all of this.
Yes.
I intend to go in and sit down and listen to the whole thing at
Yeah.
some point.
Great. All right.
Okay, so we'll see you all at about 1 o'clock.
Okay, and I'm gonna pause the recording, so please remind me.
That's the big risk.
Okay, yeah, everybody get your pillows and your blankets ready and find a comfy spot to lay down or go.
Excerpt of a life, you're going to have such an understanding about it. It's going to reveal a lot to you. It's as if you walk through a room in your house and you might glance into a room and briefly see it, but know so much about that room. That's what it would feel like. Now, I have seen many past lifetimes. There's one in particular where I was an active priestess in Chichen Itza, and I worked and was part of the observatory group there. And I have been brought back to that lifetime several times. And I feel that my guides will bring me there to remind me of the similarities of this present lifetime and that. Now, we are looking at this in a linear time type of fashion. And of course, there is the theory that there, and perhaps the truth, that all time is simultaneous. The soul is like a black box recorder. It just takes it all in, and it doesn't judge, is this right, is this wrong? It just takes in our experiences, and our souls expand with this knowledge. So for all of the knowledge that we have gained, there always has been soul expansion. But perhaps some healing is needed, and always some type of understanding. I have seen very benign lifetimes of mine where I was content and happy just being the maternal figure of the house and having the house and the family and feeling a lot of satisfaction in that. I have seen the spiritually powerful lifetimes of mine. And from time to time, I have visited some trauma moments. But it's not always about trauma. So go in open-minded. Don't assume that you're going to see something tough, because sometimes your guides are just bringing you to a place of a deeper understanding. The first past life regression that I experienced around 20 years ago or so, I entered into the lifetime, and if I had some type of wish list or what would I like to see, it might be a fancy lifetime, or look down and see some pretty shoes or what have you, fine garments. Part of this is just example. But for real, I went into this lifetime and I looked down and I had these dirty, grubby little boy feet. And it's, the good thing about this moment is I didn't fabricate it. It's not what I expected. So I looked down and saw these little dirty feet and gazed up my body, and I could see the overalls. And I looked in my hand and I had a fishing pole. And then I looked at my surroundings, and there was endless fields of grain, amber waves of grain. And I kept walking and walking and walking some more. And I thought, I don't know when I'm finally going to see something about this lifetime, because all I'm doing is walking in these fields. So I don't think I ever really found a fishing spot, or the fishing didn't yield anything because I never really used that pole, it seems. But I was heading back, and the purpose of seeing all of that walking was to show how far away from my family I was. So I was coming to this hill, knowing that my family was on a road above that hill, beyond the crest. And as I was approaching the hill, I saw these plumes of dark smoke, and my heart sank. And I knew, without seeing, what was happening. And that it was pioneer days, and there was a covered wagon, and my family had been attacked and killed, and the covered wagon on fire. And I knew in those moments of gazing up at that crest what had happened. And I wanted to physically cry. Something within my soul was so touched that something was being released. And I had been guided to this moment of trauma that needed healing. And so I thought, well, I was a little boy by myself on the plains. What happened to me? So you can be very interactive in your experience. You will be in control all the time. And you can say things like, I've seen enough, next. And I will have guidance for you. I'll be asking questions for you to be getting the answers, what to look for. You may not know all of the answers, that's okay. So I asked, what happened in my life next? Well, I sat by the road and an older couple came along, took me in and raised me and gave me a very loving existence. Okay, what kind of adulthood did I have? I was like Papa Engels on Little House on the Ferry, Ferry. Do we have ferries entering today? Prairie. And I knew who's in my family now. My present day daughter was in that lifetime with me. And you'll go into such a place of knowing with this experience. You're going to have your clairs operating. So I just want to finish before I get too sidetracked, which I've been somewhat known for, that the purpose of the lifetime that we were seeing was to see a gift that we experienced in that lifetime, and it paralleled somehow in this lifetime. So I went in with the intention of seeing a gift and saw all of this other stuff. And as Papa Engels, someone had bought me some kind of art set or paints at the general store in town. And when the day was done, you know, there's no electricity, we need to amuse ourselves, I would sit and I would paint. And in this lifetime, I became an art teacher, an elementary art teacher, and had a career of 34 years. So that was almost like an aside that I experienced in this lifetime that I saw. Papa Engels, little paint set at night. This lifetime, go for the 2 art degrees, become the art teacher. Now I shared this story in a class and somebody asked me, so what about fishing? Did you fish in this lifetime? And I said, you know what? I did in my early 20s. And someone even bought me a deep sea fishing pole. And to this day, I have it hanging in a shed. And I could have gotten rid of it a long time ago, and I never did. Interesting, huh? Haven't fished in 30 years, and I never get rid of that fishing pole. So what I have incorporated into my class is that there be not only knowledge and understanding of seeing the facet of ourselves, but that we have healing. So I've studied shamanism, and shamans feel that there is you can do a soul retrieval, that when there is a lifetime of trauma, that a fragment of the soul or some energy is left with that event. And I'm going to lead you through, should healing be called for, that someone within that lifetime is going to bring to you, and that someone may even be yourself in that lifetime, but it can be someone else that was around you, is going to bring to you this energy, this soul fragment, so to speak. Visually, symbolically, you may see this fragment as a glowing orb that can have any particular color, any particular size, and that the bringer of this energy you're going to take your spiritual hands and hold them like this, and they're going to place their hands underneath yours. And I will say something to the effect of, if you choose, if you are ready to accept healing from this, you may now reunite this peace, this energy with your own soul. And you will visualize that going back in and connecting with your soul. And while you are experiencing this, you may want to have an affirmation of, I am ready for this healing. I fully accept this reunion of energies so that they may heal. Now, once a soul retrieval has occurred, there will be an integration of energy that takes its own course. It may be days, weeks, maybe several weeks that this integration occurs, but we trust and we know that the healing is happening. Now, so far out of everything I've said, I just want to give you a chance for questions. So if any of you have a question, if you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
I'm Cynthia. I had a question. Were you able to retrieve your name and look it up historically?
I actually did not bother in any of these cases to focus on a name. However, this is your experience and you may do that. I know with working with guides, we like names, we just do. But working with guides, sometimes a guide will never give their name because they feel it's not about them. And there are other times that we do get a name and we could look them up. So what I'll say to your question is, it's your experience, you're in control. I will give guidance, but you can ask anything that you like. Thanks for asking, Cynthia. Does anyone else have a question? Okay, let's talk about the clairs and our gifts. So for a spiritual group like this, I know you have an understanding of this, but for every physical sense that we have, there is a spiritual sense as a counterpart. So of course we have eyes, we have clairvoyance, ears, clairaudience. There's clear smelling, clear taste, feeling, sensing, clairsentience, clear cognizance, knowing. So we all have a dominant gift, and you have a way of your favorite go-to with being able to experience and retrieve information from the world of spirit or a spiritual experience. So my questions, I'm going to be hitting on, what are you seeing? Now, for those of you that are, for many people, clairvoyance is one of the first gifts that will pop up. Clairsentience, working with your third chakra. This is your psychic sense. This is what's used in psychic work and is the foundation for mediumship. So people who are in the spiritual arenas tend to be top heavy with their energy because we can tend to think the heart and up. when actually we want to be evened out in all of our chakras. Because look at the importance of just being grounded. And you want to be grounded at the same time as doing your spiritual work. So through part of the centering and introduction, we're going to really be activating chakras. This particular method that I'll be doing today, I got from the British mediums that I study from. I got certified with the American system. It's like, okay, I'm retired now. I have time. I'm going to check to see what the British have to say. Very efficient ways of working with chakras and energy and spiritual work. And I like the methods that I've learned very, very much, I have to say. So I'm sharing that with my students at this time. So we will be centering, activating, connecting. And I'm going to have you start visually at a 5-star spiritual resort. And you're going to find an elevator, and there's going to be this countdown. And you may think, but I'm going up in vibration, I'm elevating. Why would you have us picturing going down? Well, look at it this way. It's slowing down the conscious mind. So for mediumship, I begin shutting out the physical world and asking my conscious mind just for now to take a back seat. And and we may feel a bit of a struggle with that because the conscious mind is like that and doesn't like really giving up control. So what's happening is, as I'm quieting this, it's giving a chance for the spirit to come in and blend and rest with that energy. A whole blending of energies, and I'm stepping out of my own way. I think that also applies to meditation and to psychic work. So there's a piece of music that's one of my favorites. That is I Am Meditation. And James Twyman connected with Wayne Dwyer. And it's based on research of tuning forks and frequencies from the Old Testament's the word I am, which has a very high frequency. And at the very introduction of this work, you will hear the tuning forks. And then there's a voice that comes in and is just singing this melodic type of music to it. And the music, I feel, really enables spiritual work. And it's one of my favorites to work with when I work with students. So we're going to begin shutting out the physical world. And you may be tempted to fall asleep, which please tell yourself not to for something like this, because you want to be actively engaged. Please try to follow along. But if somehow your experience deviates from what I'm suggesting, perhaps you're in the elevator and the experience begins. That's okay. That's all right. My goal is to provide the right energy and atmosphere and knowledge for you to have an experience. Now, we're going to go in. You have a chance to see several lifetimes today. The time that we will stay in the longest is for the first one. And I can't tell you how long that will be, because this is going to be my guides saying, okay, a few more minutes. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, time to bring everyone out of this. So they're gauging all of you. And you'll come back, and it is possible for you to have an experience the first time. Sometimes it's not the first time. There might be some trepidation, there might be some holding back, although, however, I have not found that with Madonna ministers. You're like ready to roll, I have to say. Oh, you're a pleasure to work with. But sometimes it's the second round that someone will really begin to actively see the experience. When we are done and I bring you back, I really do so hope that you are brave and will share your experience. Now, of course, sometimes an experience you just want to hold in your heart a while, but it's so fascinating to hear what someone's experience is. So the intention is going to be that you are shown a lifetime that doesn't necessarily have a trauma imprint, but a lifetime where you're going to gain a deeper understanding of self. So before we begin, any questions? Okay, so it's so interesting. It really is enjoyable. And if you're like me, I mean, I still look back on that regression of 20 years ago and I still think about it. And it can be amazing how real the experience seems. So get yourselves comfortable, but remember, it's not a passive experience. Stay active, stay in it. And let's begin. So begin connecting with your breath without judging. How does it feel entering your body? How does it feel exiting? No forcing, just noticing. And we ask for our conscious minds to just begin to quiet for now. We leave all concerns, all of the to-do list to one side where they will be waiting for us. And a beautiful blue dome forms above us, around us and below us. And in that dome of light, only the highest and best occurs. And as we connect to our souls, to the deepest part of our experience, we prepare our energy. We raise our vibration. And to ground, we grow roots out of our feet that go down into the earth very quickly, where a huge crystal is waiting just for you. Your roots wrap around your crystal. And throughout this experience, you will be releasing energies that no longer serve you, energies that have acted like an anchor holding you back. For we are asking for a newfound sense of freedom. And your crown chakra is open in this beautiful light of a healing color, whatever your healing color is, enters in through your heads, necks, shoulders, and arms. And this light finds any areas of tightness or holding and gives them permission to relax. And the energy begins to release and go down into the roots. And when it reaches the crystal, it neutralizes and perhaps changes the color and comes back in to your bodies and into the first 3 chakras. And you are grounded. In the beautiful golden light of Source, of God, that unconditional love pours down in through our bodies. And we have the affirmation that we are worthy of accepting this unconditional love. And with each breath, we fill our bodies with this love. And the heart chakra expands beautifully and fills your body. And this love fills your auric field. And it expands and fills the room that you are in. And fills your entire floor of your space. And now fills above you and below you, down and into the ground. And know that this high vibration that has been created is accessed at any time. And that for days, anyone who walks into this space will be graced with love and high vibration and healing. And you can activate this at any time. And now you find yourself on the balcony or lanai of a 5-star spiritual resort. And you feel balanced and centered and loved and safe. For you are embraced by the arms of the Creator. You are excited because you get to have the experience of accessing the Akashic records, where all of the information from your lives is stored. So on your lanai, where you can feel the warm sun on your skin, a warm breeze blowing through your hair, where you feel so at peace, you get to embark on an adventure. So you get up and walk into and through your room and out to the hallway, and you begin to walk toward an elevator at the end of that hallway. And every vibration around you is beautiful and complete. It is whole, it is vibrant. And you walk onto this elevator and the doors close. And you look at a button that will bring you to not just any lobby, but a lobby of light, a lobby of high vibration. So you press the button and your descent into relaxation and activating your gifts begin. 10, feeling grounded. 9, feeling centered. 8, feeling so at peace. 7, can feel the vibration becoming so light. 7, your chakras begin to activate. First, energy rises. Second, energy rises. Solar plexus. Third, activate. Fourth, the heart. Fifth, the throat. Bring the energy up. Third eye, activate, open. Now to the crown. Activate, open. And now we go down to the 6th floor, feeling more and more relaxed. 5, so at peace. 4, ready to receive information. 3, third eye is open, spiritual ears open, clairsentience, the heart, the crown, all open. 3, 2, and 1. The doors open and you walk forward into the most beautiful light. The light of Source, of the Great Spirit of God surrounds you, flows through you. And you see on the other side of the lobby of light, a huge archway. You walk toward it. And as you walk toward that door, it opens for you, where a record keeper or librarian, perhaps one, perhaps more, greet you. And you walk through a grand hall and down a certain wing. And even that wing is huge. And you look around at all those books. And the wing that you are being shown now is all of the knowledge from your lifetimes and your lifetimes alone. The record keeper goes and gets a particular book, places it on a podium, and opens to a certain page and points to a certain section. And the record keeper asks for you to stand in front of a huge screen. And on the count of 3, you will walk into a lifetime and you will look down at your feet. 1, walking forward. 2, you're so excited and ready. And 3, into the screen, through it, and you look down at your feet. You may see your feet. You may feel your feet. Are they bare? Do they have a covering? Is it a shoe? If so, what style of shoe? What fabric? Where was the shoe made? And now you begin scanning up your body, either through your senses or your seeing. Do you have many clothes on? Do you not have many clothes on? Can you take your hands and feel the fabric? Does it feel like a hide? Is it cloth? Is it cotton? Is it wool? And you look up your legs, you feel, take your hands, go from knees up to hips. Feel your hands or look at your hands. Are they young? Are they middle-aged? Are they older? Are they smooth? Are they calloused? Do you have jewelry on? Is it a ring? Is it a bracelet? Is it a more modern day lifetime and you have a watch on, a wristwatch? Where did you get that jewelry? What is the meaning of that jewelry? Is it a gift from family? Is it from a mate? Is there a stone in the jewelry? Is it just metal? What metal is it? And you look down now at your arms and your torso and see, is there a style? Is there a uniform? If it is a uniform, what was your job? Were you good at your job? Did you happen to pass because of your job? And feel your hair. Feel the length. If it is long, what color is it? Now look around at your surroundings. Look inside. And if you are outside, look outside. If you are outside, do you see any architecture? If you are inside, find a window to look out. What are your surroundings? What do you see as your view? And ask your soul, what country am I in? And if you get a country, what section of that country are you in? And ask to see something in your hand that has a meaning to that lifetime. What is the meaning? And look around inside a structure, inside your home. Can you find a photograph of yourself if it was in the time of photography? And if you can't, if there's no photographs yet, try to find a still body of water where you can see a reflection. If you are inside, try to find a mirror. Or maybe you can find a shiny pot. Do you live with anyone? And you may not see them, but you just know that they're there. And do you know them in this lifetime? Now ask for your soul to show you, to reveal to you, what are you to know from this lifetime? What do you either need to know or something that you need healing for? And now it is time for the soul retrieval. Should healing be a part of this experience? So visually you hold out and you cup your spirit hands. And someone from that lifetime brings to you that energy, that soul fragment. It may have a color, it may have a size in that glowing orb of light. And you place your hands under theirs. And should you desire healing at this time, you may take the fragment of soul and rejoin it into your soul to create healing and wholeness. And feel the integration. Feel that sensation within your soul. And have a moment of gratitude for that lifetime and that experience and for all of the lessons that you learned and how you did your very best. And just for now, you're going to exit that lifetime and come back to the screen on 3 into the Hall of Akashic Records. 1, 2, and 3. You are through the screen. You feel refreshed. You feel knowledgeable. You feel healed. And walk yourself to a comfortable chair near the screen. And just for now, we're going to come back to share, if you like, your experience. And you'll come back by the count of 5, aware and refreshed, 2, somehow feeling more whole and healed, 3, feeling a beautiful fresh vibration coming in, 4, feeling closer to consciousness, and 5, you are back. And when you are ready, open your eyes, perhaps have some water, and we will get ready for our share time. Begin to move around, move hands, move feet. And it was interesting for me because I'm connected to all of you, so I did not per se go into a lifetime. But when it came time for the soul retrieval, there was some energy brought to me from somewhere, from some lifetime. I could feel it go in, I could feel the activation. So I just said, thank you, Spirit, and thank you, my soul. So who would like to share? If you do, please unmute and introduce yourself. Would my people who don't have video on, can you please come back on?
So I saw that you've been checking out my phone, come to the website.
And would someone like to share?
I had an interesting start to mine. When you had us go into our lifetime, or into the Akashic Records or whatever, I heard, I asked the question, where should I go? And I heard the words, choose.
Ah.
So I chose England. And I ended up in probably medieval England. I was wearing a long skirt with an apron around my waist. And I had sort of a white sort of collar, not sure, part of the dress. And my hair was covered with a kerchief all the way back and like a bun at the back, but it was all covered. And when you ask something important to look at your hands, there's a loaf of bread baked. And so I looked around and I saw like a bread oven, like I ran a bakery. And my husband was, I heard the word burger. It was like the mayor. So that was very cool.
Very good. So why do you feel you were shown that particular lifetime, besides choosing to see it?
I'm not really sure. The sense I got maybe was that my husband was going to end up dying in that lifetime. And that I had a way to live. I had a you know, a way to survive. Because we were baking bread.
Which was huge for a woman.
Yes.
Because the way that societies was built was the dependency on the males, and that if we weren't pretty enough, rich enough, something enough, we may not survive.
Right.
So you had that, and that was huge. So this was about being able to support and take care of oneself, which is, I think, a very important lesson for everybody, to be able to have that feeling. And when you bring that feeling to a relationship, it's a better relationship, I would think. But thank you for sharing. Who's the next brave soul that would like to share? We have a few brave souls in this room that you could come sit in my chair and share if you like. Would you like to? Either one of you? Any of you share?
I didn't really get much. It was very fragmented.
Okay, so
not this time.
Okay.
But I feel refreshed. So something happened.
Would anyone else like to share?
You can share.
Thank you.
We've got a couple of reverberation. I don't know if you know Fred, but I went down this amazing journey. It started with orchids and florals and turned into silks, and this mesmerizing change of colors of each chakra. I wasn't fully human, though I had an amazing hand. It was like the hand of God. And it was so heavy, it was like cement. And I even moved in my chair because it was like, oh, am I hurting myself? And so I was safe. But I didn't really fully embody anything. But when you talked about the story and the record that I was going to receive, there was this ancient box, name on top of it, very decorative. And so that's what I took into my hand and sort of absorbed into my soul, and it felt really invigorating. And I just felt more alive and fresh. And I don't know what it meant, but it was beautiful. I wish I could put that on film somewhere.
Wow. So it's as if you touched base with some just that inner divinity.
Yeah. It was pure.
Beautiful. And you may want to all be writing this down, what your experience was. And now that you have the gist of it, of the format, you may find like next time we're not going to take so long to go in. And it's possible to go back to the same lifetime. Odds are more than likely you'll see another lifetime. And it's been at different sessions that I've been brought back to that Chichen Itza lifetime. But not all in the same sequence. So thank you for sharing. Would anyone else like to share?
So I was a man would look like a farm, and I think it was Ireland, and I was abusive to my wife, and I also had. I don't know. I mean, what the forgiveness that came from Black Hand. And I've often thought, that I have spent previous lifetimes as an angry, abusive person, an angry, abusive man, which is why I'm back in this particular incarnation, you know, as a gay woman, because now I'm receiving what I had been given, and not just as a gay woman, but in you know, the formative years in an abusive household. And so now I'm paying for how I was in that previous life.
You know, it's interesting that it can work one of two ways, that we do have the counterbalancing happening. And my take on it is that our soul brings us all kinds of experiences. So in some lifetimes, we're the victim, and then there's those that we are the tyrant. And where we get to be all of the colors. We get to be both sexes. We get to be all different kinds of religions. You know, it brings us that variety. So what you just explained is one of those counterbalance lifetimes. To my knowledge, it's also possible because we've all actually had more lifetimes than we realize. We've all had many, many lifetimes, for whatever that word means to you. But it could be hundreds. So it can be that I think we often enough are reacquainted with members of our soul group. So that we've got, if we picture that lotus blossom, that yes, there's the twin flame, but then there's the immediate surrounding blossoms. So you've got this whole soul family cluster, and then you've got this branch, and they are also part of your soul group. And that in each incarnation, my take on it is that we're going to be with several members. We're going to revisit each other, trade roles, sometimes be in more of a minor role with them, sometimes more of a major role. So it can be that sometimes the victim and the tyrant flip-flop, but then there's all the lifetimes that the victim repeats the role as the victim in order to finally have that lifetime where they find that backbone and they rise up against the tyrant. It can also work that way, that we stay in the same role until developing that skill. So if any of you, use a pendulum, for instance, Dow's, you can ask, have I been with Sally in previous lifetimes? Okay, yes. How many lifetimes? How many, Sally and I do not have a victim tyrant relationship. By the way, we don't. But suppose it was that kind of relationship. And so I could say, well, how many lifetimes was Sally the tyrant? And how many lifetimes was Sally the victim with me in the picture? So, I mean, you can kind of get as complex as you like with this stuff. But thank you for sharing that, because that helped bring up a good point. Would anyone else like to share?
I'm unmuted now. Sorry. I was, when you started the meditation, I usually take a while to get to a space, but I was immediately in a portico in a garden and all kinds of manifestations. But then on the elevator going down, the doors opened and it looked more like a modern day resort. And there were like some club chairs off to the side. And I walked up and there was a child there. And then when you opened said to go to the doors, I guess, to the library, then this child came with me. Didn't really, I wondered what I was going to do with this child, but just said, just stand there, and they did. Very obedient, unlike my children. And went over to the librarian, and she opened a blue book, which is my healing color, and immediately transported, kind of with the same clothing I had in the garden. And it was very visual. I was in New Grange, and I was looking at the Roman porticos that were there. And then I was off in a Iron Age village somewhat. And there was a tripod, and through a different visualization, it was connecting with my matrilineal line back into, the Paleolithic. And so it was really very, very cool to have that experience. Thank you for that.
So the child stayed with you the whole time?
Yes, except, yes, it was there, yeah.
So where my mind goes to with that is, was that child you in that lifetime?
Yeah.
Or a child of yours?
Yeah, I don't know. I've lost 4 children, so I don't know if it was one of them. Just a child who was dressed in the same way I was.
Yeah, there's a lot of meaning to that.
Yeah.
To explore.
Yes. It was very interesting.
So you could request to go back in and meet with that child the next round.
Okay.
Like I say, this is your experience,
right?
Because there's a deeper story there.
Right. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Would anyone else like to share?
I'd like to share something.
Right. Do you want
as I've been thinking, no, I'll just sit. Many years ago, when Paul and I were taking a class with Catherine Epicinis, she did a past life regression with us. And I went through the door, and I went back to what I think was somewhere like around ancient Sumeria, or a very, very ancient lifetime in a dusty place. Okay. And I was, I had a little bit darker skin than now. I was barefoot. I had on a homespun outfit. I had masses of black curly hair. And I'm standing in my home, which has a dirt floor, and I go down a step, and there's a warp, what do you call it? A warp weighted loom. Okay, all right. And then I can look out, and I see a little bit of a courtyard garden, and there's a little statue, a goddess statue there, and some other things. Well, okay, so that's kind of stuck with me. All right. So when you started us through all of this, and as you were getting us ready to launch, that came up for me again, very clearly. And yeah, so you've got this going on, but then I kept being pulled away from that. Somebody was trying to distract me and take me to other places, but I don't know where. It's just, I would get distracted long enough that I'd lose track of what you were saying, and then I would come back, and then something would pull me back away again. And then when you talked about something was given to you in your hand, I was given something that was about this big. It was an oval, and it came to a point, and I'm not sure if it was metal or if it was clay or what it was. But I remember looking at it and wondering, what is this? And then you started bringing us back out. So that's what I got, and I thought, well, no, but this is an old life regression. Like, why am I going back to this one?
So apparently some unfinished business and perhaps healing. However, you're saying you were also getting pulled in another direction.
Yeah, I was literally getting, it was like deliberate distraction.
This is where you say to your soul, all right, let's finish one or the other. Because it looks like something is not finished here. Should I stay here? You'll get a yes or a no.
Yeah.
Is there any more unfinished business here? Anything to heal from? Do you have anything to show me? And if it's a yes, you stay and you finish and resolve. And if it's a no, you go to where you're pulled.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, 'cause
Being on the fence like that.
So that's what happened, because I literally was, it was like, hey, come over here, or hey,
So the message in there is about being on the fence, and that we've all had the times in our life where we feel like we're on the fence, and there's a time to stay on the fence and not make a decision, but it's a very uncomfortable place to be. So what area, and this is
it was
not
frustrating.
this,
Because
yeah, this is not something for you to answer in this moment, but where in your life do you need to get off the fence? I think is the message out of that.
Okay.
All righty, so in true Jean Mandeville fashion, we're running out of time. So we're going to go back into another lifetime. So we're going to take a moment to recenter. We're going to already be downstairs in that lobby of light. And Maestro. So now we close our eyes and connect with our breath and go inward once again. And we remember the roots beneath our feet. And as the energy is coming up from the earth, we activate the root chakra. It's glowing, it's activating, it's opening, expanding. And we may have a physical sensation when that's happening. Draw the energy up. Orange, activate in that sacral chakra. Expand, open beautifully. Draw the energy up to the solar plexus. Activate, beautiful yellow. Ask for a physical sensation in your body that it is activating beautifully. Draw the energy up to the heart. Think of someone or something that automatically fills your heart with love. Open, expand, the brightness, the green fills your body, fills your auric field, connects with the expansion of energy you've already created in your space. Draw it up, throat chakra. Activate, expand. Ask for the physical sensation. This is connected to activating your clairaudience, your clear smell, your clear taste. Draw it up, third eye, activate your beautiful clairvoyance. Pull it up, activate crown chakra, connecting to that beautiful realm of spirit and the guides working with you today. And sit in this activated state for a few moments. And you find yourself once again in the chair in your wing of the Akashic Records. And you look around at all those books. And you ask the record keeper to go access a lifetime, retrieve a lifetime that has something unresolved in it, something to show you. Maybe a very benign lifetime, may have been a very happy lifetime, maybe a lifetime where healing is called for. And it may be the same book, maybe a different book, where the record keeper opens the book to a certain page, points to a certain excerpt, and you stand before that screen, ready to be immersed in another experience. And you walk forward on 3. 1, 2, and 3. You are into the screen and through it. You look down at your feet. You might see your feet. You might feel your feet. You might just know. Are you male, female, younger, mid-range, elderly? Are you petite in stature, mid-range, tall, or stout? What fabrics are you wearing? Are you wearing many? Are you wearing few? Feel the texture of the cloth. Is it cotton, suede, silk, or wool? Look at your clothes. What style is it? From what age? What place? What time? Look at your hands. Are they young? Are they aged? Smooth or calloused? Do you have rings? What color are you? Feel your head. Are you bald? Do you have hair? If your hair is long, look at it. Look at the color. Feel the texture. Or see, was your hair straight? If you had it, was it curly? Were you healthy? Did you have an illness? Did you have an injury? And look at your surroundings. If you are inside, look at the architecture. Look at the artifacts. What types of tools were used? If you are outside, look at the terrain. Was it woods, mountainous, desert, rainforest, island? Was it flat? Do you live alone? Or are there people with you, even if you don't see them? Do you know that you live with people? Do you know any of those people in this lifetime? And what was your purpose for this particular lifetime? And is there something that needs healing from this lifetime? What is it? Why do you need healing? And does anyone need forgiveness? And should healing be needed in this lifetime, someone brings forward that glowing orb of soul, and you place your spirit hands underneath theirs, and you rejoin this piece of soul fragment in with your soul. And you say, and you know, that you are worthy of being healed, body, mind, and spirit. You are worthy of love. You are worthy of forgiveness. And just for now, you thank anyone involved and you have gratitude for this lifetime and the expansion that it brought you. And you enter back in front of the screen and you come forward by 3 to come through the screen and back. 1, 2, and 3. And you feel more present in your body. And on 3, you'll bring your energy back to present day experience, feeling refreshed, energized, healed, and whole. 1, 2, and 3. When you are ready, you may open your eyes.
Wow. Oh, dear. Cool. Well, that one hit the spot.
Sometimes it's the second round.
Whoa. That was fascinating.
So Sally, would you like to start sharing?
Sure. Well, it's still fresh. Before I forget this one. I was a twin.
Look up a water.
Different lifetime. I was a twin. It's funny because I'm standing on some rocks, like the opening of a cave on a cliff face, looking down on a village. I see a bunch of red tile roofs and stuff. Mediterranean or something. I mean, it was like kind of like that area, but where specifically isn't really important. And I'm standing there, and to my left is another person, and we're holding hands. We're twins. Sometimes I'm me, sometimes I'm the other one. Sometimes I'm me, sometimes I'm the other. I'm a girl or I'm a boy, and I kept going between the two, but it wasn't disturbing. It was just, that's what told me I was a twin. Okay, because your twins share a lot. And we were there, we were kids, but probably, I don't know, maybe just right on the edge of puberty. Okay, we're like sort of indeterminate age there. And I was holding a stylus in my hand, and we were at school. We were being taught something, okay, and we were like on a lunch break or something. And it's a bright sunny day, and we're looking down, and we're laughing, and we're happy, and that's what I got. And I thought, And then there was when the golden orb was brought for any healing. I didn't consciously think I needed it, but I put my hands under there anyway, and gradually the twin disappeared with a big smile on his face. And that brought to mind my brother in this lifetime. He's like, he was my baby, and he's my little brother, and he's like one of the loves of my life. But I've missed 40 some years of his life because I live here and he lives in Ohio. And so I took that as an affirmation that there's a reconnection that's happening now that our mother's gone, and now that he can relax, and focus on himself and Walter. And he and I have been talking more and more on the phone, and we went out there for her burial and so forth. And a lot of connections were made there because I realized there's a lot about my brother that I don't know, so I'm really looking forward to getting to know him now in our later years.
And that there's quite a soul connection between you and this brother.
Oh yeah.
So you got this glimpse of another lifetime which had happiness, and every lifetime has challenge. So it's not, we don't always per se need healing because somehow we were wronged. I mean, it can be due to anything. It can be what your area is going through. Was there a natural disaster? Was there a bad fire that went through the city? I mean, it can be anything. And so some kind of healing, and just we don't even have to know exactly. It's like, oh, I guess I need some healing from this. And we don't have to know all about it. We can just accept.
Yeah, I'm not really sure
healing.
that it was healing that was being offered, but opportunity. Okay, I took it more as an opportunity to reconnect, and on a really, really deep level. And that's why I think the other one disappeared.
And that's always healing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it was
very good.
I took it in a very positive opportunity kind of way. But that was, it just like bam, and I was there, and it was like so clear, and I could feel the sunshine. I could smell the air. It was like, wow. Okay.
That might have been who was pulling you
Maybe.
in the other lifetime. Like, I can't wait till next round. Come this round. And you're like, where do I go?
Yeah. So thank you for taking us back in again.
Oh, you are welcome.
That was good. That was really good.
I need to go because this is going to shock somebody because it shocked me. I looked down and I had very fancy high-heeled shoes on and stockings, and
I've been wondering where they were.
A dance hall girl dress. And I was one of the dance hall girls in a saloon, and of course a whore. But my job was to teach the other girls how to set limits, how to set boundaries. The madam in this place was my lover. I was her lover, but I hurt her terribly and had to ask forgiveness at the end. And my forgiveness was a beautiful gold locket that said, "To thine own self be true." And Francis, that was you.
Oh my goodness.
And I don't know what spirit was messing with my toes through the whole two of them, but I wish they would leave me alone. But yeah, Francis, you were my lover. And you forgave me then. So I just hope I don't hurt you, so you have to forgive me in this life. Enough said.
Wow.
Well, and at the beginning of that description, I almost spit my water out, just so you know. you know, we come back together in different roles for different reasons, but it is all about healing, and resolving. So who else would like to share?
I'll go. I don't know what this means. I got 3 lives in that last one, and I died the same way in 2 of them. I was a shield maiden, and I was bow and arrow killed through right here. And then I think I was an indigenous person, and I was killed here. And then in the last one, I think it was World War II. But I kept hearing like a loud music, and it just like, pulled me out of the other way. And I think I either was shot or there was an explosion. But I didn't get if I was male or female, but I feel like I was like a medic or something like that. It was really weird. So have you ever had that happen where you and then they just pull you through 3? You're just like, I don't know what to do.
Well, I think with it was your experience, and if your soul was like, all right, we're going to cover a lot of ground here. Here we are at point A, point B, point C. You know, and that's fine because, you know, you were ready for it and it happened. Now the areas with the bows and arrows, do you have physical issues with those areas in this lifetime?
I have asthma. I almost died from it. I don't know. It was like I felt an actual pain right here with the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
And then, but I wasn't scared to die. It was like I knew I was gonna die. I was just like, cool, it's my time. And then in the last life, I was taken off guard, but it was the same area. But I wasn't scared.
And with,
it was really
with
weird.
World War II, if you wanted to, if you were ready, willing, and able, you were almost like an instant nurse in both world wars in Europe. You're like, oh, you want to sign up to help? All right, we'll take you. So you could, and for any of you that watched Downton Abbey and what they showed of the First World War, and that one of the rich sisters, the one who ended up dying, but not during the war, she became like the nursing assistant, which was kind of unheard of because she was of like the wealthy class. Any one body they could get to help with the injured, from Gone with the Wind, you know, Scarlett O'Hara, it's like, all right, who can help? Because we're overwhelmed here. So to begin to be helpful in a medical capacity kind of makes sense in a World War II type of scene. Now, for any of you that are, and Madonna Ministries tends to be a very visual group with this kind of experience, this is the great thing about Google after something like this, because you could Google medics in Europe during World War II, or whatever phrasing you wanted to use. Someone earlier said about fashion and collars. You can Google, use Google Images. If you were feeling 1400s in England, fashion, England, 1400s, and see what pulls up. It's a great way to validate the information that's coming to you. And, you know, all of us really do not concentrate on fashion in the 1400s. So for you to get that type of image toward a lifetime and then be able to verify it, you know, it's fantastic. So thank you for sharing. And the healing, I imagine, would be toward, I mean, when we're releasing past lifetimes, we will get pains in random areas, but you understood the pains today. What exactly happened in there for that imprint to happen? So when I'm connecting with the spirit and they had an illness or an injury, they're fine on that side, of course. They're surrounded by unconditional love, but the imprint of what happened is held, and that's what mediums can read as the evidence. So you were accessing imprints within your own soul body, so to speak. So good, very good. You covered a lot of ground there. 3 for the price of 1 kind of thing.
Give it to Caitlin.
Who else would like to share?
Don't talk at once.
All right, if that's it, we have time to go in for one more. You're gonna be exhausted by the end of all this.
That's all right, I'll put them all.
Fred will put us to sleep.
And so,
Spirit, leave my toes alone.
so let's once again begin to, close your eyes, begin to shut down the physical world. And go inward to your own divine spark. Picture your root chakra activate and bring the spine up, the energy up the spine yourself. Picture those chakras activating, opening, connecting you to your gifts, making access to your gifts clear and effortless. And sit immersed in this beautiful expanded energy. And you ask the record keeper to retrieve the book that has helpful information for you to expand your knowledge about self, perhaps heal. And the record keeper brings the book, places it on the podium, opens to a certain page. And you once again stand for your final experience with this today in front of the screen. And on 3, you'll walk through the screen and into another life. So 1, 2, and 3. And you look down at your feet and you look at the rest of your body, and you'll go through the questions that you've heard the first 2 times. But this time, you're going to ask your soul to bring you into a flow without me speaking, that you may see what you need to see. You are in charge of the experience. You can ask questions at certain points of the experience. You can fast forward. You can say, what's next? What should I see next? You are in charge of your experience. And I will give you a heads up when the experience is coming to an end. Now go into your flow. And to ask for any final information to come to you at this time, or if there is a healing that the soul fragment be brought to you at this time, and that the integration begins. And express a gratitude for all that you gained in this lifetime. All that you learned, all that you was. And you find yourself back in front of the screen, where you will walk forward on 3, feeling refreshed, energized, healed, and filled with wisdom. 1, 2, and 3. And the record keeper and you walk back to the entrance to the light lobby, where you offer your gratitude to the record keeper, knowing that any time you can be reunited for an experience. And you walk across the lobby and back to the elevator where the doors close, where you're going to begin to come out of this altered state and arrive back into present day, healed and willing to accept self-love, self-forgiveness. 1, beginning to come back. 2, beginning to let go of this experience. 3, feeling centered. 4, feeling calm. 5, beginning to feel more present in your body. 6, feeling the chair or couch or bed or floor that you're on. 6, beginning to feel present and connected to hands and feet. 7, feeling at peace. 8, feeling whole. 9, feeling lifted. 10, you arrive as your highest and best self. And when you are ready, you may open your eyes. So I'm curious at how different now that you had the gist of things, how did it feel to just go into a flow? How was your experience? Did it all just like fold nicely before you? Was it similar to your other guided experiences, or was it different? Or you can share anything that you like. So who would like to share? I know we're all at peace and we're all in a zone.
Actually, mine started before I got the book. I was standing barefoot in front of the desk and I had a monkey on my shoulder, a little monkey. And he was chattering in my ear. And when she opened the book, I walked into the Amazonian jungle and saw my husband, who was not my husband, it happens to be a friend of his, Gary. I was speaking Quechua, which I know a few words of, but had no clue. And I was gathering flowers and plants to make a preparation. And as I bent down to pick up a beautiful, it looked like a hibiscus, the forest goddess was in front of me. And, you know, she said, okay, you've learned a lot of stuff about plants and stuff, but I'm going to give you a gift of healing just with your hands that you can use now, but you will not use again until this particular time.
This lifetime?
This lifetime. She said, you will remember it in the lifetime I'm in now. And you must start using it because it will be a fast way to heal people.
Exciting.
Yeah, it was, and I was sad to let go of the monkey when I had to leave.
You can revisit anytime. You can go back to the
This is the
library.
black cat that Lisa's.
Yeah.
I thought of that. Yeah, and Fred would like to share.
Actually, yeah, and while, okay, I had to keep a finger on the pulse just to
All the systems
the whole-
going on here.
I do have to say I was holding the space, and I'll tell you, this third iteration, whoa, the energy was out there. I mean, I could feel it coming not only for those from here, but everyone connected. I could just sense it, and it's like it blew me away. So I just wanted to share that I mean, I perceived that. So.
Oh, that's wonderful. Very good. I heard somebody say on screen that I'll share. I don't know who it was.
Maria.
Alrighty.
So this time I was in, I'm gonna say 18th or 19th century England, and I was in, I walked through the screen and I looked down and my shoes turned into, and then went up and I was wearing white.
You cut out a little bit on the shoes. Your shoes turned into
boots.
Boots, okay.
And I was wearing like riding pants. And then I looked farther up and I was wearing a military jacket and hat. And I had a sword. And I was riding this horse into my holdings or whatever. And while I lived I was like a lord. And while I lived in a huge manor house, I was alone. Like, you know, there were servants. I was alone. And I was very frustrated because I was very empathic in this lifetime, but because of social constructs, I was not able to show that. I did what I could in those constructs, but I was very lonely because I had no one to share those deep feelings with.
And did that, parallel in some way to certain times during this lifetime?
Yeah, probably.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if all empaths, which I kind of assume that we all are, have, felt that way in one way or another in this life. Not as, not the rich castle necessarily type of thing, but that we're not always understood. With mediums, we expect people to understand us, but if they're not a medium, they really can't, kind of thing. So it's interesting. And did you feel a difference with just being able to go into the flow at this point?
Yeah, I just kind of looked around and, asked why am I seeing this? Why am I here? I think the main thing of this was that the depth of his soul was sort of trapped in this lifetime. So many things were expected of him, being in the military and having, wealth and lands and forces, and there was Irish setter type looking dogs, several of them running around, people to take care of all his needs. And yet the emotional part of him was very lonely.
And you could really feel it.
Yeah.
That's what these regressions are like. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to share?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody else. Go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, I'll share. I've gotten into 4 or 5 past lifetimes throughout this lifetime and dealt with them, but I'm in a discipline of trying to release all past lifetimes and to not be held by them anymore.
Oh, is everybody muted? Because sometimes that can help. I think we're getting feedback.
Yeah. Okay.
That sounds better.
And anyways, so I really asked the message of why I'm not getting into progressions, and the message came back that that I've already dealt with the lifetimes I'm going to deal with in the past and release some of them, but really what I need to work on is living this lifetime. And there were a couple of main things, like maybe 3 different main things I was to do in this lifetime. One of them I did, one of them I failed at pretty deeply. And I'm into 3rd phase, and my spirit keeps trying to tell me, just let go of that. You'll deal with that later. And just do what you're supposed to be doing right now, and do it as well as you can, because it's a whole different phase that I'm dealing with. So that was a good clarification. It makes things a little bit easier, so I don't have to deal later with not sharing what I'm supposed to be sharing now, or the work I'm supposed to be doing now, but to just do that work. Not everybody has to deal with past lifetimes all the time. You can deal with this lifetime.
Well, I think often enough all we can do is to deal with this lifetime. In that, why do any of the spiritual exercises? It's so that we can have an understanding of self for this present lifetime. And that I don't feel that that it's supposed to, as humans, we're not going to come into this existence. And every time we have a lesson, say, oh, I know exactly what to do, and I'm going to pass it, and that's done, all right, neat and tidy. as humans, we have all of this figuring out to do. And that's the process. And, you know, I think as long as we're trying our best is all we can do. Are we going to, you know, it's not that you said this, but it's not a realistic expectation that we're going to get everything right. We just try our best. And an element in this work is about self-forgiveness. And that perhaps part of the lesson is coming to a place of, and we can all self-reflect back on our lives and see something we don't feel so hot about. So maybe the lesson then is to have the understanding I did the best that I could with what I had to work with, where I was at the time. And there's something I need to forgive myself for here and stop beating myself up over. I think that's one of those facets that we come down to explore in this lifetime. So I don't think it's good to perseverate on anything or, no, it would take us out of present day to concentrate too much on other lives. But to visit them with the intention of, I'm going to gain some understanding about myself in present day, I think is a helpful tool. So thank you for sharing. Would anyone else like to share? Was it Sally who wanted to share?
Yeah, she's.
Okay, well, time is up. And in true Mandeville fashion, I've gone over a couple of minutes. So it was my pleasure to be with you all today. It would feel different if we were all in person, but how wonderful that we have this technology that we can still be together. So thank you, everyone.
Okay,
Namaste.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now you set up, right, Fred?
Well,
Stages.
I was gonna say, I got. Yeah, there you go.
Got it. All right. Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah.
You may want to stretch a little bit, everyone, after that.
Okay. Now what's coming on?
Yeah, so we're going into a 15-minute break while they set up for the next session. So Francis, can you pause the recording and I'll hopefully be able to remember. Sally, are you guys ready for Laura?
I have started the recording, so.
Okay, great. Green chili mac and cheese. Mmm.
And I was thinking about,
Right.
spinach and olive oil with fennel and trumpet mushrooms.
Okay, that being said, bon appetit. I'd like to thank Jean for doing a wonderful triple by past life regression for us.
Yep.
And I hope you all got something out of it. And it sort of seems like you did. I know I did. And now we're going to move on to a healing with the healing with the bowls. Laura is going to give us a very brief history and explanation of the singing bowls and tuning forks and how all those sounds work with healing. And then Fred here is going to do a session with us. Okay, so Laura, if you are ready. Go
Okay,
ahead.
if you mute. Okay. So most of you are familiar with singing bowls, but I'll just give you a brief history. Tibetan singing bowls represent the sound of energy. The bowls have been used in sacred ceremonies in monasteries of Tibet and Nepal for over 3,000 years. The sound is deep and it allows you to go deep within yourself to a place of peace and healing. The sounds break up any blockages in a person's energy field, which enables the release of stress and tension. When you put a bowl on your hand, and the proper way to hold a bowl is with a flat hand and fingers all together, as opposed to holding it like this. If you hold it like that, you won't get the sound. It has to be a flat hand and fingers together. The bowls were used for many different things, and the Himalayan bowls were made with 7 different metals, and they are silver for the moon, gold for the sun, mercury for the planet Mercury, tin for Jupiter, lead for Saturn, copper for Venus, and iron for Mars. Now, for Tibetans, the iron is held in principal importance due to its sacred origins in meteorite deposits found at the summits of the Himalayan mountain range. So I thought that was pretty interesting. When the raw materials were used, when the bowls, they were all collected, smelted, and purified, cast, reheated, and hammered into shape. They were sung over, they were chanted over, and they were prayed over as they were pounding them out, which makes them healing. That's what gives them the healing quality. When you hold a bowl in your hand and sing it, you can feel the vibration, and the vibration goes into a cellular level into your body, and that's what breaks up those energy fields. There's 3 types of bowls for the 3 communities in the Himalayas: the Bhutan, the Nepal, and the Tibet. And the difference is Bhutan has flat sides and a flat bottom. That's a Bhutan bowl. The Nepal has a little, what they call a dimple in the middle. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little dimple in the middle of it. And the Tibetan, nope, that's not it. It's over here. The Tibetan is more of a bowl shape. The flatness on the side and on the bottom gives you the tone, whether it's a high tone or a low tone. If the smaller the bottom, the higher the tone. The bigger the bottom, the lower the tone. Now, there's 2 different kinds of mallets that you play them with. This one happens to have a suede covering. And then there's other ones that they're just shiny wood. The wood gives a completely different sound than the leather does. The wood, I don't know if you can hear that, but it has a higher, sort of a tinnier sound. But if I stop that and then I use the mallet with the leather, it's more of a muted sound. Now, this one happens to be a pedestal bowl. And what's nice about this is you can take it right over your body, around your body, in front of your heart, down your arms, your legs. You can't do that with these because you have to hold it like this. So then you have to go, and you drop it like that. So I like the other one because the sound comes right at you, right into your ears, into your chakras. Now there's also, whoop, I just touched that. There's also bells, and this is called a ghanta, and they all come with a partner that's a dorji, and they match. The tops of them match. And this is the female, and this is the male. And what you would do if you were using it in healing is you lay the male on the body part and ring the female over it. Now, not only do they ring like that, but they also sing. Right? So they have double purpose. You can either sing it over the counterpart or just do the ringing. I have 3 different sizes of those, and on the inside, you won't be able to see it, but there's different things in the inside of it. This one happens to have lotus petals, and you count them, and the higher the number, the higher the chakra that it works best on. Some have star points, and some have lotus petals. So that's the difference in those. And there's 3 sizes, 3 completely different tones, but if you ring them all together, they blend, just like the singing bowls do. The smaller the bowl, the higher the pitch, the larger the bowl, the lower the tone, but they will always meld together when you play them. They just do. And it's sort of like Reiki, that you could probably put the bowl anywhere. It doesn't have to be on a spot that you were working on. It'll go where it's needed, just like the Reiki energy does. The tingshas look like little cymbals, and they're quite heavy. And they were used to start prayer, to end prayer. A lot of massage therapists use these to begin a session and to end a session. There are 2 different kinds. These happen to have carvings all over the tops of them. And this is called a practitioner set of tingshas. The other one is all smooth and doesn't have any carvings on it. And these are called monastery tingshas. So these were more used to call to prayer and end prayer. And the practitioner ones were used for healing. They're a diagnostic tool also. If you hold them at the tips like this, and you make a T, and you do three rings and take it down a body part, and you listen. If it starts to chatter, that's where the energy blockage is. And so then you would use the other ones and keep going down that entire arm until that sound goes away. So things that the benefits of vibrational healing is relaxation of tension and stress, a deeper meditation, lowering of blood pressure, pain management, accelerated healing of wounds and fractures, improved pre and post-surgical outcomes, enhanced mental activity, and release of blocked emotions. So those are the benefits, and that's a little history. And there's also gongs, and they're just bigger and have a louder sound and more of a vibration. In my healing room, I have one that's about this big. And when I gong that, the whole room fills with that vibration and that energy. And if you put your hand right in front of the center of it, you can actually feel a wind coming off of it. And that's the energy also. So that's pretty much when you use them in healing. If a person was sitting in a chair, you would just take the bowl and just go start at the crown chakra, and go all the way down the front of the body and come back up the back of the body. And you would continue to do it until your intuition would tell you that it's enough. If they were laying on a massage table, you can do a 3-bowl healing with one at the head, one on the body, and one at the feet. Or in my master class, we did 9 bowls. We did 3 around the head, 3 on the body, and 3 at the feet. And the idea of that is you start gonging at the top, at the crown chakra, and take that gonging all the way down the body to the foot. And that will create a flow of energy right down the body, and it will break up any blockages in energy. I don't know a lot about the tuning forks. I've never used them myself, but I know that they were invented in 1711 by a musician, and they're a very gentle, non-invasive acoustic therapy. It's energy again, it's vibration, and the vibrational frequency aids in moving energy, removing blocks, and increasing energy flow. Are there any questions? Okay, Fred, you're up.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Laura. That was
You're
very
welcome.
informative.
Thank you.
All right, real quick introduction. Yeah, my name is Fred Merkel, and I've been actually graced, and I have the pleasure to work with these three fine ladies, with Bishop Paula, Bishop Sally, and also Jean Mandeville. Myself, I'm a member of also of the as Jean of the National Spiritual Association of Churches, and I've been active there throughout this year. I'm a certified Tibetan bow master healer, a certified biofield tuning practitioner, vibrational fascia release therapist, and I work with both singing bowls and with tuning forks. So basically anything sound related, yes, that's something I resonate to, pun intended. Okay, tuning forks, yes, I have a whole bunch of them. I'll help you real quickly. There are two types. The typical one that Laura spoke of is, if you can see here, is unweighted tuning fork. And that's the typical ones that when you strike it, you get a tone. And that's the standard that's used for tuning instruments, especially before chromatic tuners. Now there's different frequencies, different tones. However, what I use in my body work is something called a weighted tuning fork, and they have little weights on the end. And while you activate them, it makes little to no sound. But the tines really vibrate, and that vibration goes down through the stem and out the end through the attenuator. And with that, there you can transfer vibrations to the body. These were used in the early days with surgeons, and these are typically called auto tuning forks, and that's short for osteophonic, which literally means bone sound. And I've done that where I've worked for therapists where basically there'd be like a stroke victim or whatever, and something energetically there was breaks, and so basically I would use it on the body, following the bones, and to find where there's breaks in the energy, whether it may be a break in the hip, energy doesn't pass through the hip or through a shoulder, whatever, and such. You did a wonderful job, Laura. And there's one little thing I just want to add, and it's something, and this is kind of cool little trick there. When I do presentations, especially when I work with children, I will introduce you to my largest singing bowl, Big Bertha. It's a 12-inch bowl. It's a primary note is G. Clocks in at 103 hertz. Now she had mentioned, okay, that basically these bows are made out of bronze, which is typically 80% copper, 20% tin, and may have other alloys. And of course, you can gong them, you can sing them. But when I work with some kids, what I'll do is sometimes I will say, now it's typically believed that these are made by Tibetan monks in the Himalayas. But I said, but did but did you know that there are some that are made by aliens? And they'll go, what? I go, yeah. I said, and if you happen to know this secret, you can unlock that alien sound. You want me to do that? Yeah. I said, okay. I said, I just need to concentrate. And now for dramatic effect, now, obviously that's not an alien sound, but what I'm doing is, now the sound on a singing bowl comes off the rim, where you hit it, you strike it, you know, as Laura said, you go too high, you dampen the sound. Matter of fact, I can hold it on the edge like this, and nothing. Put it on the base, you get a tone. And with that vibration coming out, I'm using my mouth as a resonance chamber. Just, you know, kind of like maybe what kids do with where they take like a paper towel tube and use it like a trumpet and such. A gong is just the opposite, where the sound comes out from the center. So somebody, and I have a friend at Cleveland in Hartford, Connecticut. He has this 54-inch chow gong. It took two of us to mount it up on a frame. And sometimes if you're not careful, you go to strike it, and sometimes it can twist. So, I mean, you can grab it on the outer edge and then, strike it, and the sound comes out. Because with there, the sound comes from the center. So that's a little bit of gong trivia. All right, so now, let's do a sound healing session. So settle down, settle back, keep your arms and legs inside your chair at all times, and enjoy the ride. And now as we relax, focus upon your breath, and take a deep breath in. Hold for a moment, then release. Again, deep breath in, hold for a moment, then release. And yet a third time, a deep breath in, hold for a moment, then release. Now set an intention for this period of what you may want to manifest, of what you may want to come to fruition. If you have an ache or a pain, that there you can also too have that addressed. Let the sounds envelop you. And let the healing begin. And our 2-hour session has now come to a conclusion. And now we ask Mother, Creator, to take that healing which has been imparted and let it be able to continue with each one throughout the remainder of this day, throughout this weekend, and into the coming week. And always carry that gleam of sunshine within your heart. Be that beacon of light unto others. We all go through cycles where we have our ups and downs. And when we are up, let us be that ray of sunshine unto those who are struggling. And in kind fashion, then there will be others who will also lift us up when we are down. Always be willing to extend a smile. A smile is something wonderful that transcends all nationalities. It transcends all languages. It is understood by the youngest infant unto the most eldest senior. Always go forth with a smile. And may the grace and blessing of the Creator be with you. Namaste. Amaho. Shalom. Amen. Blessed be. And so it is. So, welcome back. Give me a moment and I will switch my microphones over so you don't get the loop back. So just bear with me a second.
That was wonderful. Fred, that was
yellow.
Okay, now we're back. We shouldn't have any echo back. Because now, oh, wait a minute. No, we're good. Okay, so.
Hey, Fred, that was amazing.
Welcome. Did anybody have any questions about anything they heard, or? If not, then it's fine too.
Okay. Can you folks hear us? Wave
Yes.
if you can, nod if you
We're all
can.
blissed out.
Okay.
I'll tell you one thing. Now, if you're sitting there and the drool is coming out of both sides of your mouth, you're sitting straight up.
Thank you very much. That was amazing, just amazing.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tell you what, how about we pull a 5-minute potty break? This way I can clear off the table and oh, wait a minute, you don't need the table.
Just
Oh,
move it back a little bit so we have room.
Sure.
And then we'll reset our stuff for the
oh, wait.
Anybody want to share what they experienced?
absolutely. Go for it. Anybody?
My cats, Joey in particular, the Reiki whore, climbed up on my lap, and his eyes are really big, just looking around like, what is that? It was really funny. And now he and Juniper, aka Pinky in the Brain, are wrestling on my bed behind me. It's not distracting at all. Not at all. Not distracting.
Just so we know, huh?
I did have a question for
Fred?
Fred, yeah. I was wondering if
He's out of the room. Hang on.
Oh.
Here he is.
What, was there a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Marie.
So are there particular tones that you use for particular organs or body parts, or is it just an all over chakra feel?
I do have a set of, no, wait a minute, come back in this.
Like maybe the tuning fork ones?
Yeah, like the tuning forks. I actually have a chakra tuning fork set where, I mean, I'll use that for cleansing and balancing chakras. I also have a Lemurian tuning fork set where, I'll just use that. Let's say, like, matter of fact, this is a unique situation. This is my massage table, but I have a hard table on top of it with a yoga mat, so I can put all my bows on. Matter of fact, that's a little secret there. You use a yoga mat, and this way it's, because you got the firmness of the plastic table, but you don't get the buzz from that. But yeah, as far as like what I do in a group situation like this is really, I just kind of try to create a soundscape. And I mean, you can use your imagination. I mean, I've done stuff like even trying to simulate a thunderstorm where I have, I didn't use all the toys I have. Because I mean, yeah, I had the rain stick, but I also have a thunder tube. And then what I'll do sometimes is like with that 12-inch bowl, I'll put maybe several inches of water in it. And, then I'll take take a sponge with my arm. And it took me a while to get used to it, to hold it up right there so it drips down instead of down my arm. But then you kind of get the drip, 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 drip. And while you get that little drip sensation, that's when I can take the marimba mallet and the other and just play some other bowls, and that turns out to be real nice. The only thing, the first time I ever did that, I did want everybody to go to the bathroom first. And we're good. About 20 minutes in, all of a sudden, I didn't, people started getting up and going. But I know, power of suggestion. But typically, sound, like I found like with the tuning forks, like, okay, in the realm of 64 hertz for a weighted tuning fork is great for working on soft tissue, muscle and such, where the 128, 136 is good for working on bone. However, for a group setting like this, where you're just taking in the sound, it's really what you need. Because I was at a workshop one time where they had some crystal bows and they sang one. And it's like, okay, where did you feel it? Well, I said, okay, I felt it, right down in my sacral chakra. And other people say, oh, I'm feeling it up in my heart. Some say, I'm feeling it up here. It's really what one and the other needed. I mean, yes, there are certain notes that correspond to the different chakras. Like the root chakra starts with C, and then the sacral D, and it goes all the way up to the B for the crown chakra. But it's like, oftentimes it's really
So what I'm actually asking is, like, if someone has, like, I'm just going to use myself as an example.
Okay.
Because me. I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis.
Okay.
So if I wanted to get healing from you on my thyroid, or if somebody wanted to get healing on their liver or uterus or something like that, obviously you're going to use different tones, but like, what would you use for something like that?
I would there's a couple of different ways. I mean, like the thyroid, that's really what they call the high heart, so it'd be something like an F sharp. Like I have actually another bow that's another type of bow is a Manipuri, and Manipuri is a very shallow bow. And actually, what they've done with these is that they've is from the Manipur district, and they would actually mix medicines in that, and then they would hand it to whoever, and they would take it to drink. But like this one there is at F sharp, so just putting it right here on the thyroid itself. I don't know if you can hear it that well because I now disconnected my.
Yeah, I can hear it good.
Okay, because I disconnected my other mic. And I was going to say, yeah, I got a pedestal bow as well. I mean, I love this where, you can take it, point it, go wherever. But yeah, I mean, there's certain notes I would use to correspond, sometimes with tuning forks. Oftentimes, I know there are supposed to be associated notes, but there are times I'll go with my intuition. I hate to say it, but.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's kind of like.
May I interject a minute?
Sure.
When I first started taking classes and working with my bowls, I went online and I found a website that had the coordinating musical note with the sound of the bowl, and it would tell you which chakra that was. So if I was working on you,
the C is for root, D is for sacral, E is for the solar plex, F is for the heart, G is for the throat, A is for the third eye, and B is for the crown. So, and the thing is, what the beauty about the hammered bows is that with hammered, they actually have complex sounds. Where, for instance, this one doesn't. I can do it much better. Where it's not just a single tone, like a cast bow or a bell, where basically you have undertones. So you get like that little rumbling, and then you have overtones. And matter of fact, you can hear. I don't know how well this transmits, but I mean to be able to hear the low rumble, the hear of the undertone, to hear the higher notes of the overtone, and actually when you take and play a bow, to be able to you know, to even hear notes going through where they ascend and descend. So it's, you know, this may, you know, you put this on a chromatic tuner and it'll come out of G, but I mean, there are other notes in here. So it's, so I mean, that's what I really love about hammered bowls. Any other questions?
Do you ever put that size bowl that you have right there on someone's head and gently gong it? It will
flourish.
Gently.
Yeah.
It will get rid of a headache. It will drain your sinuses. And if there's anything with your eyes or your ears, I had a totally deaf woman at a retreat that I was at, and I put that bowl on her head and gonged it, and the biggest smile came over her mouth because she could feel it.
Oh yeah.
She could feel the vibration. She loved it.
Because typically, what I'll do, put this on here, where I'll use the bows for general, basically for kind of like a broad spectrum, but it's really with the tuning forks, you know, actually the weighted tuning forks, where actually I'll take, and I also do acupressure with these, where it becomes like an accelerated acupressure. So for like doing the sinuses, you know, on the different points and such, and that, you know, just helps to, you know, loosen things up. Somebody could be on the table, hitting them up, and then before they get up there, I hand them a whole wad of tissue because it comes out. So it's pretty neat. And I tell you, there's nothing so humbling and but yet so gratifying when somebody comes up off the table and says, "Oh my God, I feel so much better." It's like, that's what it's all about.
And Fred, I've worked with, when I do my hospice work, I've worked with ALS patients that had no feeling from the neck down, but I would put a bowl on their stomach or on their knee or on their feet, and they could feel the vibration, and they loved it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Fred, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
That was beautiful. I fell asleep. That was great.
I think that is a compliment.
I am not trying to be offensive.
Pardon?
So there was one sound that was just like very jarring, and I don't know if what that means. Like if that means you need it more, or if it was whatever the ocean sound you made.
Oh, yeah, that does tend to get a little loud. That's an ocean drum. Actually, I'll show you now.
It just was very like jarring, and it like kind of brought me out, and then but it wasn't bad or anything like that. I just didn't. I'm not.
That's why I save it till the end. Sometimes it's good to have something discordant.
Okay.
And the thing is that we're winding down, so it's like, okay, that kind of brings back, but basically it's like a frame drum. But I don't know if you can see it that well, but there's like there's BBs down here.
Yeah.
And so I just hold it.
In person, Caitlin, if you heard one of those, it's really nice. It sounds like waves. It sounds like ocean waves. That's why they call it an ocean drum. But it sounds harsher on here than it does in person.
Yeah, in person it's great. Unfortunately, doing electronically, it depends on, of course, it all depends on your, you know, your speakers and stuff like that, and even your bandwidth. So that has an effect.
Okay, cool. It was beautiful.
And by day, I'm also an IT sysadmin, so that's why I'm the techie also.
Lay it flat. Okay. Or
Any other questions? Or if not, then I'll turn it over to Paul over and Sally then. Okay, not ready yet. All right, so, what else? Okay, then, is there anyone that wants to share?
No.
Well, what I can share is that the ocean drum I've heard before in person too, and I love it. I think it's just absolute. I'm an ocean person. So when I heard it on the speaker or on my earbuds, I thought maybe it was bees. And so I allowed myself to be lost in healing the bees.
Hey, tell you what, see this how, wait a minute, I got a great exercise for everyone. This is cool. This might be able to take them this way. Okay, while we're waiting, I'm gonna teach everyone how to do a sound healing on yourself without any extra tools. And this I learned from Jonathan Goldman. He's one of the sound pioneers. All right, so now sit very comfortably. And we actually have a sound tool, each one of us, that we use, and that's our voice. Now, I don't know if you've ever done any yoga or whatever, but if you hum or make a tone where you go, oh, especially a low sound, and you can feel it how it vibrates in your chest. Okay. Now, what you can do is now, let's say for instance, I mean, probably everybody is mellow, but let's say for instance you had something that was maybe you got a pain in your knee or something else, and it's like, oh man, it's driving me nuts, and so if you just take a few deep breaths, close your eyes. And then, already just with taking that breath, okay, that kind of settles us down. Perfect. And now take a big inhale, and then you do a tone, and you can do this maybe about 5 times, but it'd be like, okay, get some wicked feedback. Okay, getting a buzz in on somebody's, but anyways. Oh yeah. But I was gonna say, you do that several times. All right. Then when you come back, you're like, I think. So.
My vibrational teacher used to, of course, you can't do it now because of COVID, but unless it's somebody that you're around all the time, we would do Om hugs. We would hug each other heart to heart and both do an Om, and it's amazing.
It is, because you have that vibration in the chest, yes.
Yeah, really cool.
Were you a student of Marie Renew?
Yeah, there's no place like oh.
There you go. All right, so all right, now that they're ready, I'm going to step out of the way and turn it over to Sally and Paula. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Anybody need a bathroom break?
You may if you wish.
No? Oh, you guys are good.
Nails quite nicely. Yeah, what they're sticking to is nail polish. Oh, yeah. Usually when I work with them, that I cover my fingers first. Just one more, right? One more green one. Yeah, that's a nice dark one. And theoretically, we should all have that. Well, okay, they're darker than they were. Yeah, they're darker than the ones we had. And then the 4 rubies, because we got one on there. So those all have the background. This has, I already did the center one, and it looks okay with the bracelet traced around it, if it stays. But I put a glue dot on the bracelet too, so. Make sure you make it stuck to these when you pick them up. Yeah. Okay. All right. I got two more that pick one. Yeah. Two more. Yeah. Two more. So
Looks like a couple of people, doing a body rating. Yeah, so we're doing it.
I don't want too much dead air space here.
Nikki, I have a question for you. On the schedule, it says 5:15, 15-minute break, but then the ceremonies don't start until 6.
I think that might have been an old version and I never got to update it. I didn't know when it changed. So that's what I've been
So-
promoting, unfortunately. So some
Okay,
people
so
may be late.
exactly what time are the ordinations so I can tell my sister?
Sally said it was 5:30.
5:30.
5:30. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Ish.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
So those are all. Like that.
Here's your papers you need to.
Oh, it's all on my iPad.
Oh, all right.
It's all on my iPad. It's all, where did I put my iPad? Oh, it's over here. iPad's over here. Okay.
And is anybody responsible for, what is this person's name? Avia Jolly?
Who?
Avia Jolly?
No. I have no idea who that is.
She paid this morning and I think maybe it was Jenny said a couple people were going to show up for the ordination only, or maybe that was Francis. So I wonder if that was one of them.
They're only because she paid her dues last year, but that's all I know.
Leah Jolly?
Yeah.
Still there, no, Leah.
And then Charlie, are you still there?
He went, I did a potty break.
Okay.
Oh, he like himself off.
I ordered him a speaker so he would be in better reception for this particular conference. And I
Yeah.
ordered it not thinking about Amazon Prime Day being such a big shipping day. And so it delayed it. So it's out, it's in San Clemente. It's just not at his house yet. So we'll
Yeah.
have it for tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. He sat closer to his microphone.
Yeah, he did a lot better today.
Charlie.
Nikki, can you see our drawing here very well?
Let me put you on speaker view. Somewhat, it's a little bit hot. So can you maybe angle it one way or another for the light?
Fred's gonna do something with it.
Okay.
Take that light on instead of this one.
Oh, wait. Oh, here, if we go here,
Yeah.
That's
And
much
then-
better. That's a lot better.
and of course that bleeds it out, but can you still see it? Or
That one's good. That's good. Oops, that one's not. Yeah, that's it.
It shows up, Danny, can you see it? The chart?
The grid,
Maybe
can everybody see the grid?
Maybe we should move it closer to the camera.
Good.
So Francis, can you be sure that the recording has it on speaker view so we can use this as a workshop for the website?
there you go.
Is Francis there?
Just let me
She's
sneak
there, but
by.
I don't know
Oh,
whether
that's
she's
right,
right.
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay,
Francis, you're muted.
She's spewing all this wisdom.
Oh.
all right, how's that? Is that better?
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure, Nikki,
much
that
better.
that it does record the video.
The speaker?
Put it on speaker view. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow. Okay.
I've been taking screenshots, but for the recording, this is the one that we really need to see the hands-on and the how-to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, all right, so you're gonna put them on the.
I'm gonna put 'em
chart?
on. Yep.
Okay, you can get around me, okay?
I can.
Okay, good, all right. What you should be seeing in front of you, beside me, is a grid, a drawing of a grid that
Paula's husband Matthew did for us. It is a circle with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's it called?
Pentagram.
Pentagon. Pentagram around. No, pentagon.
Pentagon.
Pentagram.
Right.
Pentagon around it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is one grid. There are many grids, most of which are based on sacred geometry. I'm hoping, raise your hand if you know anything about sacred geometry or have
Right
encountered
behind
it in any of your.
Heard of it.
Okay, all right.
I'll show you a quick example.
Uh,
Seriously, because
Yeah.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. All right,
Oh, really?
so,
I believe it. Okay.
so what is a crystal grid? Okay, we all know what crystals are. We all have worked with them a little bit, either in jewelry or in chakra clearings or other forms of healing modalities. Crystals, as you all probably know, have different energetic properties. And crystals work together. Different crystals in combination will give you a flow of energy toward a certain determined outcome, if you will. And if you couple those with a firm intention and gratefulness to Creator and the universe, you will get a grid that will produce the desired energy for quite an extended period of time. It's a form of a prayer, if you will, but it's a prayer that stays, okay? What should I say? Thought has shape and color and intensity. And crystals help you magnify that and create a flow. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Up and down for yes, I decide for no. Okay, y'all sort of got that? Okay, all right, okay, good. So what we decided to do today was show you how to produce a crystal grid. Now, there are many books, and at the end of this, I will show you the covers of the books that you could get either on the internet or you can buy them at the bookstore that will give you various perspectives on producing and working with crystal grids. All the books I will show you have good information on what crystals are, how to use them, how to clean them, how to get ready, set your intention, and so forth. And all these books have grids in them that you can actually print out or trace and draw for yourself and produce your own grids. But today we're going to do the Good Health Crystal Grid. Okay. To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep our minds strong and clear. Thus said the Buddha. Good health is a necessary part of our life. If our life is not in good shape, we cannot live the life we want. Having good health allows us to be happy and accomplish the things we need in our lives. We need to be spiritually and physically healthy in order to have a positive and long life. We all know this. Okay. Whether you wish to keep your health in shape or need to get healthier, this grid will aid your health physically and spiritually. Its flow will attract energies to you that will clear unhealthy energies from your being so you feel rejuvenated and strong. Okay. This grid is a pentagon, and the pentagon is the design of discovery and physical health. All right, when you approach building a grid, the first thing you do after you've cleaned and cleared your crystals and gotten everything all ready, and you've got your design up, you want to set your intention, and you want to just say a brief little prayer of gratitude for the good health that you have and for the ability to create this grid. So intention at the very beginning is very, very important. Okay. The first stone that you are going to put on this particular grid is the focus stone. And the focus stone will take all the energy of all the other stones around it, and it'll focus it out for your intention. If you're doing this for someone else, it'll focus it toward them. If you're doing it for yourself, you focus it to you. If you're making this grid for yourself, you want to put it either in your bedroom or someplace where you're going to walk by it every day, okay? So that you can reconnect with it. If you're doing it for somebody else, you put it in their house where they'll walk by it every day and they can connect with it, okay? The focus stone that we are using here is a pink tourmaline. And it kind of looks droopy, but we had to glue it on there with glue dots. And it is surrounded by a bracelet of pink tourmalines to make it stand up a little better. Okay, but pink tourmaline is the one that you want. And the focus stone is pink tourmaline. Its pink rays will bring the passion you need to engage daily in keeping your body healthy. Now, if you don't have a pink tourmaline, you can use a quartz crystal and quartz crystal with a point, and you can dedicate it to being a pink tourmaline and to doing this job. Focusing. A clear quartz crystal can be programmed for whatever you need it to be. That's the beauty of a quartz crystal. But if you have a pink tourmaline, use a pink tourmaline. Okay. The next stones that you're going to put on are called the way stones. And they will bring strength, vigilance, protection, and vitality to your health. These stones will guard your health against any negativity. And these stones are going to be crystal rubies. Now, the ones that we have chosen to use are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're 6-sided and they're flat. Okay, they look like little hockey pucks. And those go on, and you can put them on in a clockwise fashion. Now, as you set these stones, you set your intentions for what you want them to do in the grid. So you'll say you need these to bring strength, vigilance, protection, and vitality to my health, and to guard against any negativity. Okay. All right. So that's what that looks like. Then the last stones you put on in this particular grid are called the desire stones. And you desire to have strong health with its soothing dark green rays, bringing you the energies of safety, good health, and balance. Aventurine will serve as your desire stones. And we found the darkest green ones we could. And again, you put them on in a clockwise fashion. Again, setting your intention with each one. Okay. Now, the grid should be placed in an open room, preferably on a wooden surface. You can set it on a table, you can set it on the floor somewhere, whatever. If you have like a wooden charger plate, or those things like you use at Christmas time, if you have a wooden charger plate, or you have a slice of wood like you get at the craft store that comes out of the trees, it's just a slice, or something like that, you can draw your grid on that, or you could wood burn it in, make it really, really spiffy. But if you place it on something that's movable, then you can move it wherever you need to put it. Okay. If not, I would say set it on a piece of paper and set that on the floor. Okay.
If you're using this for someone who happens to be ill, you can actually put it under their bed.
Mm-hmm.
It will send its energy right straight up to them. So it's a little more powerful that way.
Mm-hmm. Now, it doesn't really matter what size stones you use. I would suggest using stones that are a little bit bigger than a chip. So if you have a chip, you might want to use several of them. But these are about as big as you really need to get with your stones. The grid can be smaller than this. We just made it big so that you could see it. But it doesn't really need to be much bigger than I don't know, about 8 inches across, 8 inches in diameter. That sort of distance. So, you know, dinner plate or salad plate size or something like that would be fine. Doesn't have to be real big and horsey. So you place it in an open room or under someone's bed. And then you place the pink tourmaline focus stone first. And you focus on strengthening your spiritual health and healing. And then you want to picture yourself or picture the person you're making this for really healthy and revitalized. You place the crystal ruby waste stones and put them in the center of each side of the pentagon, and then finally desire stones. Place one at each corner of the pentagon and feel their soothing rays, giving you a feeling of comfort. Okay. Once you've got it all in place and you put it where you want it, and whenever you pass by the grid, focus for a moment on the pink tourmaline focus stone and notice how your physical and spiritual energies are as vibrant and energized as ever. Then look at each of the crystal ruby waste stones and feel revitalized as they bring you strength and vitality. Finally, look at each of the aventurine desire stones in turn and notice how they bring you a sense of soothing comfort. Smile as you realize that you are serving your mind, body, as well as you can achieve superior health. So that is how to make a crystal grid of this type. Now there are tons of crystal grids that you can make. There are a number of books that will give you the instructions on how to do it. The one that we've used here for this, let me get to the, come on, no, do it this way. Okay, hopefully you can see this. Where am I here?
Oh, actually.
Camera's up above.
Camera's up above.
Camera's up above, okay. Oh, it's
No, that's difficult to show
Okay.
an electronic screen.
okay,
because
well.
it's quite light.
This one is called Crystal Grids. Well, maybe I can do this. If I do that. I don't know if that'll show up or not. No, it's still gonna block it out. Okay, the book that we've used is called Crystal Grids: How to Combine and Focus Crystal Energies to Enhance Your Life. It's by Henry M. Mason and Brittany Petrovsky. Now, Nikki, I sent when I sent that list of supplies and stuff for this grid, I also included books that we're using.
Yep, that's in the link in the chat for anybody who wants to read along.
Okay, and that gives you a list of what books we've been using to learn how to do this from, and also some resources for the gems and so forth. So Paul, can you hand me that stack of books there? We're gonna have time to go through this.
Yeah, I think we are.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna attempt to hold up some of these
The books.
regular books. Okay.
We also have a couple of questions in the chat. If you want to handle them now or at the end, just let us know.
Let's see here. How about if let me show you these books.
Sure.
Real quick. There's one, two, there's about 4 of them here. And as Fred says that you should be able to see these if I hold them up. Okay, this one, oh, it's backwards?
No, that's all right. They're seen it the right way.
Okay, this is called The Art of Crystal Grid Making. Okay, and it's by
Chiari.
no, this one looks to be a compilation. Author's note. Who's the author? It's funny, it doesn't really tell you till you get into it here. But this one has a really good section on natural and polished shapes of stones for working with grids. And it also has, it doesn't have grid templates in it, but it shows a number of grids done. And you can see that. That's an example of a grid that the author has done. And then there's explanations on how to do it and what goes with it. But there's a bunch of them in that book. Okay. Here's a really good one. This is the first one I picked up. It's called The Book of Crystal Grids by Philip Permutt. Permutt. Oh, okay. Am I pronouncing that correctly, Fred?
What's that?
Is
Yeah,
Permutt
Philip
okay.
Permutt, yeah.
And Philip has written like 3 or 4 books. They're all very good. I've got them. And he goes into great detail in some of them on the different shapes. Here you can see a couple of pages of grids that he's done. Yeah, this is the first book we worked with. Some of these are pretty complicated, but one nice thing that he's done is that in the back of the book, he has drawn a lot of templates that you can just Xerox if you've got a printer, or take some tracing paper and just trace over them, and then you can make your own grids. He's got a whole bunch of, and these are all based on sacred geometry. Let's see if I can show you another one that'll really show up well. There's some as simple as a circle within a circle, a triangle, a double triangle, which is a triangle within a triangle, and there are some others that are really quite nice. But this is a very good book, very explanatory, very easy to follow, and he's got a number of different grids that you can make that are, some of them are very simple, but some of them are very complicated. There's crystal grid prescriptions, lifestyle enhancement, spiritual enhancement, emotional challenges, physical healing, working with sacred geometry, and so forth. Thank you. This is another one of his books called The Crystal Healer, Volume 2. Again, he's got a lot of information. These books have a lot of information on the different stones that are used to make the grids. A lot of detailed about their energy and so forth. That's pretty much what this book is mostly full of. Okay, so that's another one of his. We should have done a couple of grids.
My only issue with him is he's a Brit, and some of his stones we don't have. So we have to find, we went on the internet and found some substitutes for some of them. There's not a lot of them, but the couple I went, you ever heard of it? No, I never heard of it. Just saying.
And then here's another one that's, this one is by a woman named Kiera Fogg, Kiera, and her last name is Fogg, Fogg, and this is called Crystal Grid Work. Yeah, now we like this book because it has, in the very beginning, she talks about selecting the right crystals to use. And if you really want to get specific with the shapes of your crystals, she has a listing here in the front of the book of different types of crystals: seeker crystals, attractor crystals, enhancer crystals, guardian crystals, barrier crystals, and dispeller crystals. And she's got a little drawing at the bottom there of the page of each one. I don't know if you can see it, but if you get the book, you'll see it. And she devotes a page further on in the book to each of these crystals and how their shapes work with other shapes in combination in these grids. And she also has templates that you can print out or trace over, and each of these goes with an explanation of it. Okay, flower of life. The flower of life is a commonly used expanded version of the seed of life. In fact, many other sacred symbols, such as the tripod of life, the Vesica Piscis, and the Metatron's cube, can also be found hidden away within this intricate shape. You want to use this shape to promote knowledge and inner awareness, increase confidence and self-esteem, manifest goals and desires, restore harmony and balance, enhance creativity, attract wealth and abundance. And then it gives a description of how it's made and so forth and so on. But she does this for each of these templates that she's drawn. And we found this book to be very useful when we were trying to decide which one to do for this workshop. So, and I really like the way she's put it together. It's very clear, very easy to understand, and so forth. Now there's also some other, there are also some other ones that I've got Judy Hall's Crystal Grids. That's a good one. Let's see. Crystal Grids Power, and those are that he deals with. They deal with the energies. Ethan Lazzarini, he deals with the energies of a lot of the different crystals. What am I doing here? Stop. Come on, stop. What's going on here? Goes. Okay. The Crystal Healer, Philip Permute. Crystal Muse is another good one. Crystal Grids is pretty good. That one was written by a friend of ours. There's no pictures in it, but a lot of good interesting text. And I think that's about it for the books. There are other books out there on crystal grid making. I haven't explored all of them yet, but I intend to at some point in the future do that. And Nikki, you said that people had some questions. So they're in the chat. Let me click on the chat here. Ah, there it is. Okay. I am getting a lot of echo feedback. It's Charlie. Oh, I don't know what to say about that. I'm not the techie. Danny, you too? You're getting feedback?
That could have been from before.
Oh, okay.
That was from before you.
Oh, okay.
I fixed that.
All right. I guess that's
Techie's on it.
okay.
Didn't have done it.
All right. Oh, okay. Crystal Grids with Fishes. Does the orientation of the pentagon matter? Yeah. This point needs to be at the top. Okay. When you do a pentagon, that's always the top.
You're feeling grained up.
Can you make large crystal grids using buildings?
Why not?
Like Legos? I don't understand the question. Who asked that one?
I did.
Danny. All right, what do you mean by that? Can you make large crystal grids using buildings?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, as in the Pentagon, you know, you're showing a Pentagon. What if you had huge crystals at each corner of the Pentagon?
Go for it.
The actual Pentagon, yeah.
Maybe we could secretly put them there.
Yeah, but also I'm a builder, so what about shapes for buildings? If it's like a meditation building, could you actually build a meditation room a certain shape and have crystals built into it?
You could stick them in the corner wherever they belong. I don't see why not. I don't see why not. You've got a physical shape there. And then you set your intention and it's all ready to go.
Sally, I think Caitlin's question was regarding energetically, directionally, elementally, how you would position that grid for the most effective outcome for yourself, or how it would, does it depend on what your intention is? Is there an intention that's directionally more beneficial to orient it that way?
Let me figure out how to phrase the answer to that. I would work with the pentagon with the point at the top. I am not all that familiar with that particular shape, but intuitively, I would put the point at the top because that seems right. That seems where that I would say, point that toward where you want it to go if you're doing it for somebody else. You know what I mean? Point that, or if you want to heal
What
something.
if it's in a landscape or a forest or something? Would you point it to the north?
Can I do some research and get back to you guys tomorrow on
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
I might be able to find out an answer on that for that, because I don't want to just spout stuff. But that's a very good question. And that's, I have some books on sacred geometry, so I will go into them. I've taken a couple of courses on it, but that question never came up. So I'll see what I can find. Yeah. I also use a pentacle as my on my altar as a grid. Yes, you can use a pentacle. That works. You can use any of the shapes. You can use any of those shapes. They all work. When you use the pentacle on your altar, Cynthia, where do you point the top?
It's always pointed north.
It's always pointed.
Yeah.
You too? Okay. Well, I will defer to your experience and see what I can find out in my books. Compare notes.
Well, like for instance, if you're thinking about a healing grid and the thing that you need healed is something that would be like your lungs, for instance, which would be air, the element of air, right? So would you point that pentacle toward the east in the element of air? I think is right, Cynthia. Is that the question you're coming up with? And that kind of makes sense to me. I mean, it's more along the lines of the practice of witchcraft than just sacred geometry. So maybe some people wouldn't be interested in that, but
I'm just wondering, if you want the most beneficial outcome, right? So you try to align those correspondences to give you the best orientation for that outcome. Thanks for asking that, Caitlin. That's really brings up a lot of interesting ideas.
Well, it makes sense. It really does. Paula said you want to point it where it's going to do the most good. So, yeah, point it to your lungs or point it to where. Ask for guidance. Yeah. And Paul says pray and ask for guidance, which way to orient it. This I think should always be, I would imagine that this would always be the intention point, wherever you point it, there's so many of the grids around, yeah, a lot of them around, a lot of them are spirals. There's a lot of different things that don't have any particular up or down, but this is one that is pretty specific, that and the pentacle. But yeah, I agree with both of you. I think that would be a good way to approach it. I have done that as well. Okay, any other questions or comments about this particular grid or a grid you've tried?
What were the stones on, I know the ones on the points were green, but what were the ones on the circle?
These? Those are rubies. They're rubies.
And at the top?
That one?
What was the one at the?
Aventurine, 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 aventurine. Ruby, 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 ruby. And the one in the center, which is the focus stone, is a pink tourmaline. Now, if you don't have one, you can use a quartz crystal that has a point, and you can program it by setting your intention that it's the focus stone. Okay.
Yep.
And the focus stone in the center or at the very top of any grid, as far as my reading has shown me, is the stone that takes all the energy from the grid and shoots it out there, focuses out, intensifies it, and sends it out so that it's more effective. And quartz crystal is excellent for that sort of thing. If you don't have the stone that you need, you can always use a quartz crystal, clear quartz crystal.
Has anybody ever made one of these? It's it's on a slab, a crystal slab, and it's all stones of the colors of the chakras, and you use a pendulum over it.
Yeah, we did those.
You hold a pendulum, and there's little pointed crystals pointing to each stone around the outside.
That's very nice. That's a grid.
I made those in the master Reiki class.
Yeah, that's a crystal grid.
Along those lines, would there be any benefit to actually cutting out the shapes, like making the pentagon shape or a circular shape or whatever out of wood or glass or metal?
Go for it. It should be on wood or something that's natural. I don't think you'd want to use glass, but you could put it on a piece of wood or on metal. Yeah, but metal doesn't have the same organic resonance that wood does. And one of the things that I read in one of the books is that wood doesn't interfere with the energy of the stones. So
okay, so it's actually the shape of the stones, not the shape of what it's on.
The stones themselves in the configuration that the grid gives you. You draw your grid out and you put the stones on it, just so that you don't have to draw a grid. You can just place them on something, on a piece of wood or on a plate or anything. You don't have to even draw the grid if you don't want to.
Okay.
It's the
And is there
stones that's important, no matter what grid you're doing. Some of those, not that book. I think let's see which one. Yeah, this one up here. Okay. Here's a. Oh, she's got. Show you a couple here that are not on. Yeah, like here's one. It's a pretty complicated one, but there's no grid behind it. She just knew, just knew in her head where it goes. But she didn't draw the grid. She just put the stones down.
Is the one on a cover of grid on a grid?
It's on a grid. It's on a grid.
Is there a best shape for meditation or best stones for meditation? Do people focus on that?
You mean with regards to the grids?
Yeah, grids or stones or crystals, is there something that's prescribed, especially for meditation going within?
A number of people like to meditate with an amethyst in each hand. Some people like to meditate with quartz crystals in each hand, the double-pointed ones. I think that there's another stone. It's actually black tourmaline. Black tourmaline is another good one for meditating with. And they're for different purposes. Now, somewhere in my books, I know I can find the answers to which ones are used for what. But yes, there are different stones for meditating for different purposes.
Okay, thanks.
And I will find that information and
Well, you hit the first one, amethyst.
yeah, amethyst, quartz crystal, and black tourmaline are two important. And somewhere in one of those books is some. Oh, I think it's in the one that's on my iPad. I'll get that information for you, Danny. Yeah, it may. I don't know if I can come up with it by tomorrow, but I'll get it as soon as I can.
Okay, thanks.
But as far as these grids go, each of the grids is for a specific purpose. So like I said at the very beginning, these are actually a focused prayer, focused intention, and it's a prayer that stays and keeps providing the energy for the outcome that you want. Now, you can get way off into what shapes are best to go with what shapes within the grid, because there are points like Laura, hold up your chakras thing again, would you? Okay, if you can see the quartz crystal points that she's got in there, that are all going from the focus stone in the center out to the different chakra stones. Those quartz crystal points are conductors, and they help conduct the energy from the stones on the outer rim into the center, and then the center focuses them out. Okay, or the center can focus them in, depending on what your purpose is.
Bringing something in, or you're getting rid of something.
You're either getting rid of something or you're bringing something in. So
And it's really amazing when you hold a pendulum over it, it will just start going and going and going in circles, and it will get as big as the grid or bigger. It's amazing.
Actually, I got, if you want, I got a plethora from Robert Simmons. There's a plethora of stones for meditation.
Oh, okay.
So, right.
Hey, Fred. Okay, Fred in
Richard Simmons, the Book of Stones.
The Book of Stones. Okay, by Richard Simmons. In the back on page 552. The stones for meditation: amethyst, apophyllite, clear apophyllite, aragonite, blue aragonite, brooktite, calcite, the green one, danburite, diamond. Yeah, we all have diamonds to meditate on, I'm sure. Hey, well, it doesn't say Herkimer, it just says diamond. Diaspore, or diaspora, halite, healer's gold, herderite, lilac, lepidolite. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. Rutilated quartz, blue sapphire, Tibetan black quartz, tiger's eye, tourmaline blue, tremolite, and vivianite, and there are some others in the middle there that I can't pronounce. So there's just a whole bunch of them.
Guess you have to experiment and see which one is.
Or look them up look them up individually in a book of stones, and that's an excellent one to use, which tells you about their energetic properties and things like that.
And that one has their spiritual properties as well.
Yeah, and that book has their spiritual properties as well. So the Book of Stones,
I just want to make one quick interjection. I have both books as far as, actually, I'll come over here. I have both books. I have the Book of Stones by Robert Simmons, as well as Philip Kermit's, the Crystal Healer. I mean, excellent, excellent books. What I really love about Philip Kermit's book, however, is he writes it for the beginner, and he uses typical, now to show the different stones or crystals. He uses things that you would typically find where this is the pictures that they use, as beautiful as they are, they're museum quality pictures, meaning that, okay, here's a specimen, but it's like, okay, you go someplace, whether it be Pelham Grayson or whoever, it may not look as great, it may not look as pretty, but but the properties are still there. So I just want to kind of bring that one out. Sorry.
No, all comments are welcome. All comments are welcome. Yeah, and there are substitutes that you can use for some of those that are prescribed in the grids. And I've noticed that within the different books, different authors use different stones for the same purpose. So there is more than one stone that you can use for something. And if you can't get what they ask for, you want to look for another stone that is accessible, that has similar properties, and it'll work. It's not an exact science. And yeah, Paul says it's about intention. So it's 5:15, and it is. I think we've done about all we can on the grids for now. If you have any more questions and you're going to come to Circle tomorrow or to the service tomorrow, put them in the chat, and I'll get on it and see what kind of answers I can come up with. Okay, so I hope you all learned something from this, and I hope it has inspired you to try out making some of your own. You can always give me a call if you have any questions about a grid, or where to find some of these books if they're not on the list that Nikki has put up there. Oh, supply list. Yeah, it's in the chat there. Go to that, and that'll have most of what you need for this particular grid and the books that we've used.
It's been a great presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Just an aside, I made a healing grid for a young woman who had uterine cancer, and we gave her Reiki every week for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, her uterine cancer is gone. Power of prayer.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want to try your hand at a grid, somebody that needs healing, or you need healing for something, or maybe a house blessing, or a new job, or just you can do it for all sorts of reasons. Give me a call, and I'll look up and get you some answers. Okay. I'm fascinated with this process, and I'm loving sharing it. So, okay, everybody go take a decompression break for a few minutes, and then at around 5:30, we will start the ordination ceremonies if people are here. I'll have to see.
Is Flo still on?
I don't know if Flo is on or not. She's okay. All right. We can unmute people if because I'm going to need to have Ariana and Florence answer some questions. So can we get them unmuted, or do they unmute themselves?
The host can unmute, or they can unmute themselves.
Okay.
We are not the host. We're just.
Right, okay.
Please unmute yourself if you have something to say. It's too much for me to try to unmute people who are talking. I can mute you, but I don't want to unmute you.
Okay, the two people that need to unmute themselves for this ceremony are Ariana and Florence. Everybody else can stay muted, except for Bonnie Lee Panda, and we'll tell you when to sing your songs, okay? Okay, all right, so here we go. Dearest friends and family, welcome to the sacred moment in the lives of our sisters, Ariana and Florence. Today, we celebrate their ordination into the Madonna ministry and welcome them into the Madonna Interfaith community. We of the Madonna ministry understand the following. There is one power, one presence, one life, and one intelligence that expresses itself everywhere and in everything. Spirit as mind is undifferentiated spirit in form, the absolute in the material, and the infinite in the finite. Creator is all, in all, as all. Divine will and divine grace are equal aspects of the oneness. Unconditional love is the manifested expression of spirit.
Our interfaith ministry reveals the way the divine feminine opens the way for us to develop the power of our truth and ways to express it. This is an integral part of this holy ordination, for it is designed to illustrate the development of divine power.
The Madonna ministry is an embodiment of love. We of the Madonna ministry proclaim that Ariana and Florence have accepted their responsibilities as follows: to be merciful, to be kind and compassionate in thought and attitude, to neither judge nor condemn any person, country, set of beliefs or customs that are different from their own, to treat all people as members of their spiritual family, for they are, to keep their hearts stayed on divine love, to hold the high ideals of truth and love, knowing that spirit is at work in all people and situations, to work with spirit to establish lasting peace on earth, and to be peacemakers by choice.
Do you both understand and accept these and all responsibilities to be teachers of love in this the Madonna ministry?
Ariana and Florence?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Love is the synthesizing life force that recognizes unity in diversity and the infinite good in humanity. Love is the way and the threshold to goodwill, right relationship, peace, creative fulfillment, infinite joy, and boundless truth. Love possesses nothing and provides everything. As we express love, we are the healing, the healer, and the healed. Go ahead.
Will you both nurture and sustain the universal nature of unconditional love?
Yes.
Yes.
The purpose of the Madonna ministry is to teach, counsel, inspire, and heal by example and through service, and in the process strive to convey concisely and purposefully the creativity of our divine selves. Thus, our bishops, as representatives of the Madonna ministry, pledge to you a safe and loving environment within which you may spread your wings and let your ministry soar.
You will both need to bless yourself. Oops, never mind. I lost it. Hang on. Where is it?
It's on the back of it.
Oh, sorry about that. Coordination problem. The sacrament of ordination is offered to individuals who are already ministering to others. It is a spiritual and legal acknowledgement of your authority to serve in this capacity.
Let us pray. O divine Spirit, through this sacred sacrament of ordination, may you awaken Ariana and Florence and activate their divine potential for the glory of divine love and the enlightenment of our world. And so it is.
So it is.
Okay. Now, Ariana and Florence, we have asked you each to come up with a short prayer and a little letter of commitment, and we would like you to read them now, one at a time. So who wants to go first?
I could go first.
Okay, Ariana.
Should I do my prayer first or my commitment first?
Whatever.
Okay, so my commitment is I am here to support without judgment, teach those who are curious of knowledge, and learn with an open mind and heart. I see and feel all around me. I love being able to give back to all where is needed. I'm happy to give genuine thoughts and help where it is needed. And then I have a little prayer that I wrote last night that I pulled from a couple of different things. It is Divine Mother Goddess within. Please clearly guide me to my highest spiritual expression. Transmit light source energy within. May the infinite abundance of energy shine bright. May the infinite abundance of love shine bright. May the infinite abundance of happiness shine bright. May the infinite abundance of optimal health and prosperity shine bright. So, and so it is, so blessed be.
Good. Very nice, beautiful. Florence?
Well, I want to make a prayer of, of being able to be clear of spirit. Oh, great Father, please help me to be clear of spirit and where I can face you, oh boy. I face you with a clean spirit and open eyes and open hands. Please bless every word, everything, and everything that I touch. In the name of, in your name, amen.
Amen. So the statement of like basically why you want to become.
If you don't have anything written down, it comes in your heart.
She's going to do it extemporaneously here.
That's fine. Just from the heart is good.
About that. The reason that I would like to become a minister is because I've always been interested in helping people and always doing the right thing and being an example to people. Having raised 4 children, I have tried to give them all the type of encouragement to become everything that they can be and to be proud of themselves. And I think that this is a really important thing in life, to inspire each other and other people. And I just want to be part of a good group that really cares about human growing and being able to accomplish certain spiritual goals. So that's, and I also would like to marry people. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Very good, very good. Thank you for those words. Okay, I'm going to read a little prayer for you. It's St. Teresa's prayer. It seems like it's appropriate. May today be their peace within. May you trust God that you are exactly where you are meant to be. May you not forget the infinite possibilities that are born of faith. May you use those gifts that you have received and pass on the love that has been given to you. May you be content knowing you are a child of God. Let this presence settle into your bones and allow your soul the freedom to sing, dance, praise, and love. It is there for each and every one of us. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
All right, we will now do the rose oil blessing and anointing for Ariana and Flo's foreheads, hearts, hands, and feet. While you want to read the anointing prayer? Sure. Okay, while Paula reads the anointing prayer. Jenny, you're going to anoint Florence, and Ariana, you're going to anoint yourself with your fabulous rose oil that you make, right?
Oh no, I don't,
or something?
I wish I did.
You have another one? It doesn't matter. It's just whatever you have.
It's delicious though.
Okay, all right. There you go.
We call upon the Divine Mother and Father in all their faces and aspects, and all the angels and ascended masters to be in this circle of love and union, to bless, guide, protect, heal, and nurture your new path as ministers of the Madonna Ministry. And from our mother's hearts and as bishops of the Madonna Ministry, we bless you. We bless your eyes, that they may always see perfection in each soul, and that you may always see the light of truth in the eyes of each being. We bless your ears, that you may always listen to others' true needs and desires. We bless your lips, that you may always speak to others with words of kindness, understanding, acceptance, encouragement, and most of all, truth. We bless your hearts, that they may always be in unison to the rhythm of the songs of your life's journey, and to know that the love you share for all humanity is the greatest gift and accomplishment in life. We bless your hands, that they may always touch with tenderness and healing, helping those in need to reach their goals and their soul's purpose. We bless your feet, that they may carry you effortlessly and safely to your destination, while treading lightly upon Mother Earth and her family. And so it is.
And so it is. Okay. At this point, personal blessings may be given to Ariana and Flo by individual bishops. So we'll give you a few minutes to do that. If anyone chooses to do it.
So what I do is just as Sally said, this on your third eye, so that you may be open to receive the information that you need from the universal spirit, the one spirit, God itself. The on the wicket of your ears and was so that you may hear only the words of spirit to move forward with and speak the words, that your hands may do the work of spirit, especially of the divine goddess, that your heart remains open to the ideas that exist in the ether and always can assist you as you move on. And you anointed your feet so that you may move always in the direction of righteousness and spirit, and that the goddess walks with you at all times, guiding your path, so that you always know what to do and how to do it. You don't have to figure it out yourself. You always have the goddess with you, and you always have us with you as well. So it's we're all open to questions, answers.
God bless you. May she give you joy.
That's wonderful. We share our love with you.
Keep your feet
into our love.
and give you love and support in whatever trials and tribulations you feel.
Thank you so much.
By us and all.
Namaste. Okay. Does anyone else wish to give a personal blessing to our initiates?
Well, welcome to both of you to the ministry and sharing your light with us and us with you, and shine on with joy.
For both of you, I'd like to offer a blessing from my tradition. And it's calling forth the maiden, the mother, and the crone. And I call to the maiden on both of your behalves, who is your beginning. I call on the mother for both of you as your expansion. And I call to the crone, who is your completion in wisdom. We acknowledge your power that lives within us. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Else? Have words for them? Bonnie is going to sing a song for you. Okay. Bonnie, you're on. Okay, we have you. I don't think so.
Can't hear her. She's talking. I can't hear her.
Where is she?
She's right
Can you
there.
hear me?
Okay, now we can.
Now we can.
Yeah.
Now we can.
But you
Say
couldn't
something.
before. Can you hear me
Something.
now?
Now.
Yeah, not very loudly, not very loudly.
Okay. I don't know why. How about now?
A little bit better.
It's quiet, huh? I don't know why. Hold on. Oh. Turn it off
That could be her mixer or something.
Okay. So you can't hear me that well?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. It was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace that brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Thank you, Bonnie. That was lovely. Okay. We now call Ariana and Florence and invoke the ordination sacrament below.
Through the power vested in us by the Madonna Ministry, being the ministerial arm of the Madonna Interfaith Community, on this 17th day of October, 2020, we now ordain you, Ariana and Florence, as ministers with all the honors, privileges, and obligations to the Madonna Ministry.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. I'd like to say a blessing.
Okay.
Ariana and Florence, may you always walk the path of light and truth. May you always love with all your heart. May you always keep an open mind so that you can gain more and more wisdom as your days go on. And may you always see the light in others. Bless you both.
And so it is.
And continue to enjoy your friendship with God.
As new ministers, you are like beachcombers, wandering the beaches of your new ministry, looking for your unique expression of service. This journey will be a beautiful one, though not always easy. You may encounter some barren, rocky places, but with perseverance, the treasures will be found. Instead of seashells, driftwood, and colored glass, your treasures will be found in the hearts of those whom you touch with your love and service. Your pockets will then be filled with their love and gratitude. And when your journey is finished and you drift away on the tides of eternity, the treasure of love will remain in the hearts of those you have touched. You're not alone in this journey. We are also traveling the same beaches and seashores looking for treasures. Our footprints in the sands will cross, and from time to time we'll travel side by side. We are here to guide and help if you have need. Now enjoy the journey and cherish the treasures you find along the way. Blessings of the One upon you always. Now go into the world as way showers and of love, and remembering that you are the blessers, the blessed, and the blessing. And so it is.
So it is.
Welcome to our community. We are here for you. Welcome to the tribe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will be sending you your certificates. Jenny, you're going to give Florence hers, correct?
I have,
You have one for her?
I do, yes.
Okay, all right, so you said, and we will be sending a stole and a bottle of rose oil for anointing. And for Ariana, I'll be sending you your certificate and a stole and your bottle of anointing oil. Okay, so we'll get that together tomorrow or Tuesday and get those in the mail to you.
Wonderful.
Okay, so welcome.
Yeah.
Okay. Yay!
You're one of us.
Okay. Let's see. Is that yours?
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay. All right.
I'll keep them all together before I drop them on the floor.
Oh no, I just don't want to knock it on the floor.
You guys have anything you want to share with us and say? If you do. Or not. Either either.
What?
We were having a private sidebar there,
sorry.
so what did you were just asked if Florence had anything to say too?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure she always has something to say.
Oh,
So
I've
she-
got a lot to say. I never stop talking.
You're loaded for bear.
Yes, loaded for bear, exactly.
Okay.
Stay on, sister, stay on.
Okay. All right.
Is Bonnie singing again?
No, no, that's
No?
it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Bonnie, that was lovely.
Thank you, Bonnie.
It was wonderful.
Really lovely. You have an amazing voice.
Ouch.
Did I step on you?
No, I just got my stole caught in the wheel again.
All right.
My own way here.
Is everybody ready now to proceed on to consecration of Francis?
Yes, we
Okay.
are.
Bye for now.
Let me at her.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what you said, use that, all
Here
right.
to use the consecration.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Okay, so we're
You
gonna,
have the recorded prayer.
yeah, we got all that.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
see, we've got this
What
and
happened to Charlie?
I don't know.
Yeah, what happened to Charlie?
You
Well,
think
he
he
might-
thought it was at 3?
Or you might be hanging with Bobby or whatever.
Okay, for the consecration ceremony, we are going to do a communion. So now's the time to get your little cups of juice or water and little chunks of bread or a cookie or something to use as part of the that ceremony. So yeah, there's your quick prayers there.
Cookies for.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, I'll get the cookies.
So get your liquids and stuff ready and then we will proceed. Oh.
They like to sing. Get some more water.
There's Charlie.
Do not stay on your shoulders. Silk.
Charlie's directly related to Charlie Tuna. I don't know if everybody knew that.
Charlie, did you want to say something to the two new ministers? 'Cause we're all done.
You're
You're muted.
You're
You're
muted.
muted, Charlie.
Did I miss the ceremony?
Yeah.
You missed
Oh,
the
I'm sorry. I didn't want to miss
Well, you're
that.
here right for the end of it, Charlie. So you can add something.
yes.
Okay, so Ariana and who else is,
Florence.
who?
Florence.
Lori?
Florence.
I'm getting echo.
Florence. Florence.
Florence?
Yeah.
I got it.
Am I echoing?
No.
Nope.
Okay, well, I get a lot of echoing feedback. Well, I'd like to say I'm delighted. I'm always most happy when I see new people come in to celebrate life. And for us to be there to honor their life and their passion, their commitment to what it is that's important to them. And to me, our ordinations are sacraments of empowerment. They're not only supported by our community, but they're supported by a whole band of energy that's expressed in all forms of life, seen and unseen. So the support for your new endeavors is right there, not only from this immediate community, but from the larger community of life. Because the one life supports the ongoingness, the growth, and healthy expression of your essential divinity. So thank you for showing up and allowing us to serve you in this way. Bless you both.
You know that we're not muted right now, so you can just tell them thank you for the blessing.
Thank you so much for the blessing. That was really lovely.
Thank you.
We will now proceed to the consecration ceremony for Francis Frank. I've written you a little letter here. Dear Brother Frank, little did we know just 1 year ago that we are welcoming into our community such a dynamic, enthusiastic, and capable person as you have proven to be. In a very short period of time, you have inspired us to renew our efforts to revitalize our ministry. Through friendliness, encouragement, enthusiasm, and perseverance, you have shown us a vision of a future Madonna Interfaith community that is far more vital and effective in serving our world. Your leadership is helping us to show how to achieve this vision. The definition of a bishop within the Madonna ministry includes the following attributes:
A role model within our ministry and in the community at large, gatekeeper, chalice of the violet flame, holder of our spiritual lineage, and spiritual authority to bless, empower, and protect.
Legal authority, decision maker, counselor, teacher, mentor, coach, holder of energy for the ministry, an energetic pillar, integral part of our leadership structure, and visionary. You've shown us that you are all of these and more, and that you are dedicated and committed to the future of our ministry. Therefore, we, the bishops of the Madonna ministry, are minded to consecrate you, Francis Frank, a bishop in our ministry. Do you accept this cloak of responsibility?
Yes.
In addition, we officially invest you as CEO of our Madonna Interfaith community.
Do you accept this responsibility, and will you strive to guide us to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Know full well that we bishops pledge our full support to you in all your endeavors on behalf of the ministry.
Let us pray. Father, Mother of the cosmos, shining light of all, focus your light within us as we breathe your holy breath. Enter the sanctuary of our hearts, uniting within us the sacred rays of your power and beauty. Let your heart's desire unite heaven and earth through our sacred union. Help us fulfill what lies within the circle of our lives today. Forgive your secret fears as we freely choose to forgive the secret fears of others. Let us not enter forgetfulness, tempted by false appearances, but seek the truth. For from your astonishing fire comes the eternal song, which sanctifies all, renewed eternally in our lives throughout creation. We seal these words in our hearts, committed in trust and faith, and so it is.
So it is.
Francis, it's now time for you to read your prayer and your little message of commitment.
Okay, so this is the divine feminine prayer. Mother of the light, may you reign as a goddess of wisdom within my soul. Be present for me now and in every moment of eternity. Take my hand and lead me to the birthing light of God within me. For there shall I find my purpose in life revealed. Mother, greet me at the door. Embrace me in your loving countenance and smile gently upon me. As your lost child, give me assurance that your grace is with me always. All streams spring from the font of your heart. Your eyes shine as the blue sea into my heart, and you forever find me worthy of your love. In the spirit of this revelation, I offer to reveal myself fully to you, who is my divine feminine being at all times and in all ways. So be it.
So be it.
So it is.
And first of all, thank you all for your confidence in me, for allowing me to be your leader on such a short tenure. I can promise you this. I am all about cooperation. I'm all about building on people's strengths. So once we know your strengths, we can put you in positions where things fit. And and while some people have strengths in some areas, it's nice to share the burden. It's nice to, you know, I mean, Paula and Stephanie have done a fabulous job putting this conference together. I really, really appreciate you. And I'm hoping that, you know, that people will take turns in creating future conferences. And I want you to know that my intention is always good. My intention is always good. I hope that, I want you to know that my door is always open. I hope that that if you have any issues with me or my leadership or how you perceive I'm treating you, I want you to come to me. I want you to come to me with ideas. I am excited that we are on the cusp of some great things, you know, and we will honor the past as we move forward and expand our ministry to interfaith as was started a few years ago. So you know, all of you, if you could spread the word about Madonna Ministries and that it's interfaith and we honor everybody's beliefs without rolling our eyes, right? But I promise you, I'm very excited about this group and where we can go, and I'm excited about, you know, the divine feminine and the unconditional love for ourselves, for each other, and for the community. As hard as that is sometimes, we need to tap into our divine feminine, our divine wholeness, and show that unconditional love to each other. And I would love for us to maintain a positive path. And that's what I'd like to see going forward.
Amen, sister.
So it is.
So Francis, if you have any rose oil, do you have any rose oil available?
I don't have rose oil, but I have this thing called Valor. It's
what?
Essential oil called Valor. It's a mix of patchouli and frankincense.
So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have you place the oil and I'll do the anointing.
Okay.
All right. So just I would suggest you close your eyes and open both your hands, palms up, and place some oil on both your hands. Now I'm blessing your hands at the same time. In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, in the name of the living Spirit Mother, we are one. Now, if you put the oil on your heart, we'll do the same thing. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the living Spirit Mother, we are one. Now, if you do that to your third eye, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the living Spirit Mother, we are one. Thank you for serving our community in your leadership role. And thank you for inviting everyone to participate and celebrate with you the ongoingness of this interfaith community. So be it.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
So I can see that you're checking out my book, but
Sorry.
We are now going to join in a communion. And Fred's going to play a little nice, very quiet background music
Well,
for us.
that was YouTube. I couldn't control that.
That's okay. That's no problem. No problem. Okay. So if you have your juice or water and your cookie or bread, it's now time. Is everybody ready for this?
Mhm.
What are you holding up there, Nikki? Thank you. Start by having a little of your bread or cookie. Adaptation from the abbreviated prayer of the Iroquois. Return thanks to our Mother, the Earth, which sustains us. We return thanks to the rivers and streams, which supply us with water. We return thanks to all herbs which furnish medicines for the cure of our illnesses. We return thanks to the bushes and trees which provide us with food. We return thanks to the wind which moves the air, banishes disease. We return thanks to the moon and stars which give us light when the sun is gone. Finally, thanks to the Great Spirit, who embodied all goodness, and who directs all things for the good of Earth's children. So it is.
So it is.
All unification mantra. All souls are one, and I am one with them. I seek to love, not hate. I seek to serve and not exact due service. I seek to heal, not hurt. But they bring the reward of light and love. From the outer form of life, all this, to bring to light the love, the lives, the happening of time. The vision comes with insight. Demonstrate the outer cleansing is gone. Let love prevail. Let us all love. Now we can All right, we now call Francis Frank on this 17th day of October, 2020. The power vested in the bishops present here by the Madonna Ministry, consecrate you a bishop in the Madonna Ministry, the ministerial arm of the Madonna Interfaith Community, with all honors, privileges, and responsibilities thereto. A blessing for you. For your new position. Your new work excite your heart, and kindle in your mind a creativity to bring beyond the old limits of all that has become wearisome. This work challenge you toward new frontiers that will emerge
as you begin to approach them, calling forth from you the full force and depth of your undiscovered gifts. We work with the rhythms of your soul, enabling you to draw upon the invisible new ideas and a vision that will inspire. Remember to find those who look for you. Endeavor to remain aware of the quiet world that lives behind each face. Clear in your expectations, passionate in your activity. May you have the grace of encouragement to awaken the gift in the other's heart, building in them the confidence to follow the call of the gift. May you come to know that work which emerges from the mind of love will have beauty and form. May your work be worthy of the energy of your heart and the light of your thought. May your work assume a proper space in your life. Instead of owning or using you, may it challenge and refine you, bringing you every day further into the wonder of your heart. Blessings on you, Francis. We look forward to working with you and for our ministry. Now go forth and guide us into our future with service to all. And so it is. So it is. Yay! Congratulations.
Woo-hoo.
You like to be called chief or your honor or what?
I lead best from behind.
She's
Did
in
you call you the caboose? The caboose.
And honestly, you know, I mean, this is all of our ministries. I don't have any desire to control a thing. So
just let it flow.
let it flow and
Oh,
We're not muted.
We'll call you Buddha.
yeah, I've got the belly for it.
Me too. Me too.
Not for long.
Not for long. Though. I am on a quest, and Cynthia actually, I was going to lose 80 pounds in 8 months, and Cynthia suggested make it 9 months, you know, because that's the proper.
There you go. Beautiful.
So I'll be disappearing as the weeks go by.
I'm
I'd like
Minister.
to send you with a blessing, okay? And it's in honor of your, you've probably heard it before, of your Irish, I think it's Irish, yes, heritage, and a Druid blessing. So, deep peace of the running wave to you. Deep peace of the flowing air to you. Deep peace of the quiet earth to you. Deep peace of the shining stars to you. Deep peace, deep peace, deep peace. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I have to say that when Francis showed up with Judy Richter in my living room to be ordained, and I took one look at her resume.
Oh, Jenny, you froze.
Literally.
Oh no.
And you froze.
You have to say it again. You froze.
Cool.
We missed the punchline. Oh, there she goes again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's been happening to us like most of the time we've been on too. So we catch, like I didn't get the last thing that Cynthia said from her blessing. But anyway, no, I just started blubbering because, you know, as I looked at her resume and felt her energy, I knew that she was going to be a really important cog in our wheel. And so I'm just very grateful to Francis for stepping forward, for wanting the job of president. You know, that reminds me of like when I was 12 and we were at a church in Bethesda, Maryland, and my dad came out to the car and he said, well, they appointed me president of the Sunday school. And we're in the back seat going, wow, Dad, that's fantastic. And of course, as kids, we had no friggin' idea that, that was a job nobody wanted. So it was not that big of an honor.
Yeah, okay,
So-
thanks, Jenny. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy.
Hey, you know us Tauruses, we get real no matter what the situation is. So that's all that's about. But yeah, I'm just really super grateful to have you in my life in whatever capacity, even if it's just to go to San Diego to visit Nikki or whatever.
There
So,
you go. Open
know,
invitation.
yeah.
Yeah, and
So, welcome. I'm so happy that you're our fearless leader, and I know that you are fearless. So that makes it even doubly great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And it's a joint effort. We all have talents, so you'll call upon us.
And I
And
can't
next-
wait until we're all together in person again.
That would be wonderful.
Nice.
And next year at this time, if you do an exceedingly good job, we'll make you Pope Francis.
We can call it fish.
But we don't.
Yeah.
We don't have a Vatican that you can move into.
Yes.
Hold on.
Jenny's working on that.
Yep.
If you build it, she will come.
You know,
That's right.
You froze, Paula. What'd you say?
There you go.
Cabin in the Woods is better than Marble and Gold as far as I'm concerned. So,
Mhm.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, this was purifying sage from the Navajo Nation. And so as,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that
You
as-
froze too. What is that? What is it?
purifying sage from the Navajo Nation,
Ah,
Nice.
Mitakuye
Omitakwiasin. Yeah.
Oh my God. To round this out and to bring everything to an official close, I'd like to read the last stand, the Great Invocation, and then we can chit chat and do whatever. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of humanity. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of humanity. May Christ consciousness return to earth. From the center where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the little wills of humanity, the purpose which the masters know.
Get down.
From the center which we call the race of humanity, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil. Then I'm done.
We lost you, Sally.
What?
We lost the
lost
last line.
What?
It's be a good person.
Oh, right.
The original passage,
Let light and love and power restore the planet on earth. You go.
Right.
What?
Yeah, that's good.
We're all taking turns freezing here.
well, the original words in the last line was using the word where evil dwells. I didn't like that. I moved the word evil and put in the word ignorance.
Oh, I like that too. I'll put that in there. I like that.
Yep. You know, the other thing is I've been reading the book called Seed of the Soul,
Mhm.
and it talks about evil being the absence of light.
Yeah. Absence.
Yep. Okay.
And I
Hey, also, like Scott Peck, evil is a lack of consciousness. And I really liked that. I thought that was pretty cool. And he gave a whole lot
I mean, I got full bars.
of people who lacked consciousness.
So it's more like the absence of the awareness of light, because light is everywhere. There's nowhere that light is not. So
Well, and I, you know, if you look at the word in a mirror, it's live.
Yeah.
So the opposite of living is evil.
Right. So tomorrow, Sunday service, we have a new speaker, right? A new facilitator, is that right?
Francis, Ariana, and Florence.
And Francis.
oh, who else?
Yeah, they said you. It's just the internet connection is unstable, so we only hear every few words. But they did say you.
Okay.
And what's the subject matter tomorrow?
It's a surprise.
A surprise.
You know, we thought actually that we would continue in the vein of healing, and also talk about our Ariana is going to talk about her journey, and if Flo could talk about her journey, her spiritual journey, that would be great.
I think that's fabulous.
Sounds good to me.
Wonderful.
You can rest of us quiet, come be fun.
Well, that's what the mute button's for.
Yeah.
Everybody's on.
Well, thank you all very much for attending and being such a supportive group.
Thank you so much, Sally. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, Paul is my sidekick. We did it together. With
Okay,
help from
sidekick,
Fred.
thank you too.
Where are the tapes?
There were a number of us that worked on this, so I thank everyone. Nikki for social media, Francis for inspiration and tech savvy skills, and Jenny for your feedback and some good advice, and Laura for your
Fred for keeping it together.
Yeah. And
thanks to Fred for the sound, for the tech. Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, thanks, Fred.
Thank you.
So, and thank you all for being so positive about us doing this. And spend a little bit of time and think about what you felt worked really well, what you felt could be done better or differently, ideas that you might have for upcoming small little conferences like this. And we need to get together and talk about if we want to do another one of these.
The other thing we usually do at the end of a conference is have a group picture, and that's not possible here, but at least I hope we can put some pictures up on the.
I've been taking screenshots and we have the video, so we'll have something to put together for you.
Yeah, Fred took some pictures, Jean took some pictures, and I think we'll get a composite look.
Yeah, everybody smile.
Thanks, Laura.
I can't see your face. You got your boobs.
Yeah.
We're good.
Lead with love, sister. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. So go, girl.
Everybody have a good
Have
evening.
a nice evening or rest of your afternoon.
All right.
Wait,
Bye
that-
now.
All right. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you in the morning.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you guys tomorrow morning.
I love you, Ariana. I love you so much.
I love you
Welcome.
too. Thank you.
I look forward to hearing from Adriana and Francis.
Yes, 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 yes.
Francis, thank you for monitoring this and recording everything.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, you did record everything.
Yes.
Bye.
All right. Good night. I'm gonna go home and see my husband.
Okay.
Okay. Sleep well.
You too.
Bye.
Pack everything, put everything away.
Yeah.
Oh, Fred,
And-
thank you. Bless you, bless you, bless you.
Blessings and congratulations.
Thank you.
I say good evening and namaste.
Namaste.